It began in whispers, not the clash of armies or the roar of guns, but the quiet rustle of reports, files, and names written in the margins of history. It was a war not of soldiers, but of secrets. Beneath the shadow of the swastika, behind the polished boots and steel helmets of the Third Reich, there existed an organization devoted not to battlefields, but to minds, to fear, to control, to the gathering of information that could bend a nation's will. It was called the Sicherheitsdienst, or SD, the intelligence service of the SS, the invisible hand of the Nazi state. It saw everything, heard everything, and reported to one man alone, Heinrich Himmler, Reichsführer SS, the architect of terror. The SD was the eye of the storm, the network of spies and analysts that transformed ideology into power, suspicion into persecution, and information into death. This is the entire history of the SD, the SS intelligence service, the silent, calculating brain behind the machinery of Nazi control. The story of the Sicherheitsdienst began not with armies or empires, but with one man, Reinhard Heydrich, a former naval officer, dismissed from service and humiliated. Heydrich found a new calling under Himmler in the early 1930s. Cold, brilliant, and utterly ruthless, he was everything the SS desired in a mind. Under his direction, the SD was created in 1931, a small office in Munich that would grow into one of the most powerful intelligence networks in Europe. Its mission was to protect the Nazi Party from enemies, both real and imagined. In its early days, the SD spied on communists, liberals, priests, and even loyal party members. Nothing escaped its attention. It was in effect the eyes and ears of the SS, and through it, Himmler and Heydrich learned to weave a web of information that would soon entangle an entire nation. When Hitler seized power in 1933, the SD expanded rapidly. It became a shadow government within a government, working alongside the Gestapo, the secret state police, but with a crucial difference. The Gestapo hunted and punished. The SD observed and analyzed. It was the intelligence behind the terror, the think tank of the police state. Its officers gathered data on every corner of German life. Universities, churches, trade unions, even private conversations. Reports poured in daily on public opinion, political attitudes, and the loyalty of citizens. Every whisper of dissent was catalogued, every rumor filed. Germany became a nation under surveillance, its people unknowingly feeding the SD's hunger for control, and as its reach expanded, its power grew, unseen but absolute. By the late 1930s, the SD's influence had spread far beyond Germany's borders. As the SS transformed from a political militia into a state within a state, the SD became its intelligence arm across Europe. Heydrich's agents infiltrated embassies, resistance movements, and even rival branches of the Nazi Party. They spied on diplomats, generals, and ministers, anyone who might one day threaten the Reich. The SD operated under a chilling philosophy: knowledge was power and ignorance was weakness. In every occupied territory, Poland, Norway, France, the Netherlands, SD officers followed the army, setting up field offices to monitor civilian populations and identify enemies of the Reich. These were not soldiers in the traditional sense, but bureaucrats of oppression, men with pens and ledgers, who decided who would live and who would disappear. When the war began in 1939, the SD's true role emerged in full. Under Heydrich's leadership, it was fused with the Gestapo and the criminal police into the RSHA, the Reich Main Security Office, the central nerve of the Nazi police and intelligence system. Within its walls, Divided into departments and sub-departments, the SD became the instrument of ideological warfare. It monitored morale at home, gathered intelligence abroad, and oversaw the systematic persecution of Jews, communists, and anyone deemed a threat to Nazi purity. It was the SD that drew up the blacklists for occupation forces. It was the SD that coordinated with the Einsatzgruppen, the mobile killing units that followed the Wehrmacht into the east. While soldiers fought on the front, the SD fought a war of extermination behind it, identifying victims, compiling reports, and feeding the machinery of genocide with the precision of accountants. The men of the SD were not ordinary spies. They saw themselves as intellectuals, guardians of ideology. Many were academics, lawyers, or scholars. They wore suits instead of uniforms, carried briefcases instead of rifles, and spoke the language of policy and reason. But their work was anything but rational. They turned bureaucratic analysis into a tool of terror, translating ideology into statistics, and statistics into death. In occupied Poland and the Soviet Union, SD officers helped plan and execute the final solution, their reports guiding the deportations that would send millions to their deaths. In the ghettos and camps, their presence was felt in every order, every transport list, every grim tally sent back to Berlin. Behind every massacre and deportation, there was a report, an SD report, neatly typed, filed, and archived. When Reinhard Heydrich was assassinated in Prague in 1942, the SD lost its founding architect, but not its purpose. His successor Ernst Kaltenbrunner continued his work, expanding the reach of the RSHA and tightening the grip of Nazi intelligence. But as the war turned against Germany, the SD's own paranoia grew. Reports from the front grew darker, dissent within the ranks spread, and the illusion of control began to crack. By 1944, the SD was consumed by its own web of surveillance, watching not only the people but itself. It hunted traitors, real and imagined, within the SS and the Wehrmacht. Its officers compiled endless assessments of German morale, warning of collapse, even as they reassured Berlin that victory was near. When the Reich finally fell, the SD's archives became its greatest confession. Millions of documents revealing a state that had watched its own destruction in real time. After the war, at Nuremberg, the Sicherheitsdienst was declared a criminal organization, inseparable from the SS and the Gestapo. Many of its leaders were tried and executed. Others vanished into the chaos of post-war Europe, blending back into the shadows they once ruled. But their legacy endured, not in monuments or memories, but in the lessons of what happens when intelligence becomes ideology, when observation becomes oppression, and when the truth itself becomes a weapon. The SD was not the largest branch of the SS, nor the most visible, but it was among the most dangerous, because it worked in silence. It fought not with bullets, but with information. It conquered not territory, but thought. And in doing so, it showed how a modern state, armed with data and fear, can turn the machinery of knowledge into the machinery of death. Tonight, we step back into those dimly lit offices and smoke-filled rooms where files whispered, typewriters clicked, and the fate of millions was reduced to words on paper. This is the entire history of the SD, the SS Intelligence Service, the silent architect of control, the unseen eye of tyranny, and the mind of a regime built on fear. Before we begin, tell me, where in the world are you tuning in from? And what time is it for you tonight? Are you settling down in the quiet hours, letting history drift through your thoughts? Or are you somewhere far away, keeping watch as the rest of the world sleeps? In the stillness that followed the First World War, Germany breathed uneasily, its heart broken, and its purpose scattered among the ashes of lost dreams. Cities stood restless, filled with soldiers who had come home without triumph, and citizens who no longer recognized the country they had fought for. The Treaty of Versailles weighed like a shadow over every conversation, a quiet humiliation written into the air itself. Hunger and suspicion became companions in every household, as people sought meaning in the ruins of certainty. In that atmosphere of confusion, whispers of order began to form, not through armies or speeches, but through small circles of men who longed to bring direction back into chaos. They gathered in taverns and secret halls, speaking not of peace, but of destiny. Among them grew an idea that power could be rebuilt not only through strength, but through knowledge and watchfulness. It was the beginning of an invisible faith that to see everything was to rule everything. From these quiet gatherings, the foundation of future intelligence took shape, unseen by those still mourning what was lost. And from this soil of defeat, something cold and disciplined began to grow, waiting for a man who could shape it into silence. Heydrich Himmler was that man, soft-spoken, methodical, and unshakably certain that control could be divine. To him, chaos was not an enemy, but an opportunity to create an order purer than any before. He believed that secrecy was not merely a tool, but a kind of sacred shield, protecting truth from the weakness of emotion. His fascination with the invisible became almost spiritual. He collected symbols, rituals, and myths, seeing in them a reflection of disciplined power. While politicians argued in parliaments, Himmler studied human nature, searching for the subtle strings that made people loyal or afraid. To understand was to possess, to observe was to command. In his vision, intelligence was not about war, but about souls, an unseen architecture of belief and obedience. He imagined a future where every thought could be guided without force, every action shaped without punishment. Around him gathered those who shared this quiet obsession, drawn not by fame or medals, but by the serenity of control. From this stillness of thought, the idea of the SD would one day rise, born from patience rather than passion. Amid this unfolding structure stepped Reinhard Heydrich, tall, intelligent, and coldly precise, a man who had known both humiliation and hunger for recognition. Once a naval officer, his dismissal for a personal scandal left a wound he disguised with discipline. He carried himself like a blade hidden in cloth, cutting softly but deeply into the ambitions of others. His mind was not fueled by ideology alone, but by the pursuit of mastery. Mastery over detail, over perception, over fear. When Himmler met him, he saw not a broken officer, but the perfect instrument of his dream, a man who could organize secrecy as others organized armies. Heydrich approached intelligence like music, a harmony of fragments, patterns, and silences. He understood that information could sing if arranged correctly, that human weakness could be read like a score. To him, the nation was a great composition waiting to be tuned, each citizen a note to be measured and placed. Beneath his calm exterior burned a restlessness to prove his worth, and in Himmler's offer he found both redemption and power. Thus, two men began to build an empire of observation, quiet, invisible, and absolute. In its earliest form, the SD, the Sicherheitsdienst, or security service, was little more than a handful of men in small offices, their tools simple and their reach limited. They gathered rumors, noted dissent, and tried to sense the emotional temperature of the nation. To outsiders, it seemed almost harmless, a bureaucratic curiosity in a party obsessed with spectacle. Yet within those plain walls, A new kind of warfare was being born, one without soldiers or banners, fought entirely through information. Heydrich taught his agents that every whisper mattered, that truth was a matter of patience. Files multiplied quietly, each page a window into human fear. They learned to see patterns in conversation, to read loyalty in hesitation, to predict danger through the smallest change in tone. Their reports were not dramatic but precise, capturing the pulse of the people with unnerving accuracy. What began as observation was already becoming orchestration, and in that soft expansion, the SD found its rhythm. It was the rhythm of quiet footsteps moving through a restless country. The world beyond still believed power came from uniforms and speeches, yet the SD understood that power lived in the unseen, in thoughts not yet spoken, in loyalties not yet tested. Theirs was a world of invisible ink and silent judgments. Heydrich, ever the perfectionist, built layers of order within the chaos, teaching his men that clarity was their greatest weapon. No gesture, no phrase, no look was too small to analyze. Germany was to be mapped not by geography but by psychology. Each village and city a field of minds. The SD became a living memory of the nation, recording what it felt before it even knew it felt it. What they built seemed bloodless and abstract, but behind every line of observation lay human lives slowly categorized into meaning. To work for the SD was to learn patience, to believe that truth emerged only when watched long enough. Heydrich demanded not loyalty, but precision, a devotion to understanding so complete that emotion became irrelevant. And thus, beneath the noise of rallies and parades, another Germany was taking shape, one written in reports rather than declarations. Those who served in the SD often described their work as strangely serene, as though they were monks serving a hidden order. Their offices were quiet, their routines predictable, their sense of duty unshaken. They did not see themselves as spies or enforcers, but as observers of a grand experiment, a new kind of state, built on the science of understanding its people. Each report was an act of faith, each conclusion a prayer to the order they believed they were preserving. Yet beneath this calm purpose ran a subtle unease, the feeling that knowledge, once gathered, demanded to be used. The SD's stillness began to mask an inner vibration, the hum of potential power, for knowledge in the hands of ambition is never content to remain passive. What began as observation would in time become judgment. The monks of information were becoming priests of control, and the shift was so gradual that even they did not feel it happening. The political world above them changed quickly. Elections, speeches, rising voices promising renewal. But within the SD, time moved differently, as though sealed in glass. Their reports grew more detailed, their categories more refined, and their influence quietly deepened. Himmler trusted Heydrich completely, and through him, the SD began to touch every branch of the growing Nazi apparatus. Yet even as their power expanded, their purpose remained cloaked in language that sounded calm and scientific. They were not conquerors, they said, but guardians of national harmony. The contradiction between purity and paranoia was hidden beneath layers of administrative grace. Every statistic was a story reduced to a number. Every number, a person turned invisible. This transformation, from understanding to control, was almost imperceptible, like a river changing course under still water. And as it deepened, the SD learned to mistake quietness for purity. By the early 1930s, the SD had become indispensable to Himmler's vision. It offered him what no other part of the Nazi movement could: the illusion of knowledge, the feeling that chaos could be measured and managed. Heydrich reports guided not just policy, but mood, shaping the regime's understanding of its own strength. Through these calm summaries, decisions were made that would echo far beyond what their authors imagined. Yet for now, everything still felt contained, rational, purposeful. The men in grey offices saw themselves as servants of order, protectors of a fragile peace within a turbulent nation. Outside, the streets grew louder, but inside, the whisper of paper and ink was steady and sure. In that whisper lived the quiet promise that the future could be controlled, if only one could see deeply enough. It was a dream both beautiful and dangerous, held in the still hands of those who believed they were saving their country. And as this invisible order solidified, the world began to turn toward a darkness that even they could not yet see coming. But for now, the SD remained young, disciplined, and strangely tranquil. A network built not from fear, but from fascination. Its founders still thought of themselves as architects of knowledge, untouched by the noise of politics or war. They were men who believed that silence was strength, and that by studying humanity, they might refine it. The story of what would follow, of how observation became oppression, was still a distant shadow on the horizon. In these early years, there was only the calm before the acceleration, the breath before the plunge. The SD had been born from stillness, but it would not remain still. Its quiet eyes would soon open wider, and what they saw would change the fate of millions. Yet in that beginning, in the soft hum of thought and order, it was only an idea, pure, cold, and deceptively serene. The invisible order had found its voice in silence, and from that silence, history would begin to stir. In the quiet offices of the Sicherheitsdienst, a strange kind of reflection began to take shape. The men who once gathered rumors in small circles now organized them into patterns, building an image of a nation as if through polished glass. Each report was a fragment of consciousness. A word overheard at a train station, a complaint in a tavern, a priest's sermon whispered through a doorway. They believed that if enough fragments were gathered, a perfect picture of the German soul would emerge. Reinhard Heydrich sat at the center of this web, not as a soldier, but as a conductor of silence, orchestrating the invisible flow of information that reached him from every corner of the Reich. The SD no longer studied individuals, but emotions, faith, fatigue, fear, and the quiet satisfaction of belonging. Their goal was not punishment, but understanding, though even that word began to change its meaning. What had started as observation slowly became expectation, a mirror that did not simply reflect, but began to shape the image it captured. Through ink and paper, the SD learned to make the public mood measurable, predictable, and ultimately controllable. And as the mirror grew clearer, it began to absorb everything that looked into it. The reports were beautiful in their precision, each line a thread in a tapestry woven from whispers. Heydrich called them Meldungen aus dem Reich. Reports from the Reich, and within their calm language, one could feel the pulse of an entire people. They recorded what songs were sung at gatherings, what jokes circulated among workers, what doubts appeared in church sermons. Every sigh became a statistic, every hesitation a possible danger. It was an intelligent system unlike any before, less about enemy armies than about the invisible terrain of thought and feeling. To read the reports today is to enter a world where bureaucracy feels almost poetic, its rhythms hypnotic in their detail and detachment. The SD did not need to shout or threaten. It only needed to listen long enough for people to reveal themselves. Over time, this listening became a kind of quiet dominance. A society watched so gently that it began to monitor itself. Fear took on the texture of politeness, and obedience sounded like agreement. The nation was learning to speak carefully, for it had begun to hear its own echo. What made the SD so effective was its patience. Heydrich taught his analysts to avoid conclusions until they had gathered everything that could be known. They studied handwriting, word choice, even the silence between statements. Whole departments were devoted to measuring morale, analyzing loyalty, and detecting patterns in complaint. They wrote of emotional climate and psychological temperature as though describing weather, not people. In their calm offices, truth was no longer a moral concept, but a mathematical one, something that could be graphed, charted, and predicted. The reports glowed with certainty, giving the illusion that the human heart could be mapped like a continent. Yet beneath the confidence, a subtle unease grew. Knowledge began to blur into control. The SD had not only become the nation's mirror, but also its quiet sculptor. And as each new file was added, reflection and manipulation became one continuous gesture. To many Germans, the SD was invisible. Its offices carried no signboards, and its members blended seamlessly into everyday life. They were clerks, professors, or minor officials, men who seemed unremarkable, even courteous. But in their drawers lay reports that described the entire rhythm of daily existence. What people read, how they prayed, how they dreamed of tomorrow. There was no single spy watching every home. There was only the sense that someone might be listening, and that was enough. The beauty of Heydrich design lay in its simplicity. Once people believed the mirror existed, they began to behave as though they were always being seen. The SD did not have to impose fear. It allowed fear to arise naturally, like condensation on glass. Thus control became effortless, almost gentle. The whisper of one neighbor was enough to keep a whole street in line, and the state's reflection deepened quietly with each passing day. Within this expanding web of perception, the SD found itself studying more than loyalty. It became fascinated by doubt. Reports detailed not just opposition, but moods, boredom with propaganda, weariness with speeches, and the slow fatigue of endless parades. To Heydrich, these were not signs of rebellion, but symptoms to be managed. Every feeling had its place, every emotion a function in the great organism of the Reich. He believed that if one could understand these fluctuations, one could guide them, as a physician might adjust the pulse of a patient. Thus, propaganda became treatment, and surveillance became care. It was a cold kind of compassion, one that mistook control for protection. Yet it gave the SD a sense of moral purpose, as though they were healers tending to a restless nation. Beneath the surface of this quiet order, however, something uneasy began to stir, a reflection that no longer quite matched the truth it claimed to mirror. The SD's files began to take on a life of their own. Clerks copied them, analysts summarized them, and higher officers interpreted their meanings. What began as factual observation turned into layers of narrative, each level rewriting the one beneath it. Over time, the truth became less important than the impression of truth. A complaint recorded in one village became, through repetition, evidence of national discontent. A casual remark about hardship could transform into proof of hidden treason. The mirror was still clear, but what it reflected was increasingly shaped by those who gazed into it. Heydrich understood this power instinctively, and used it to strengthen his influence over Himmler and the party. In his hands, information became persuasion, and persuasion became control. The SD had not merely learned to see the world, it had learned to create it through words. The bureaucratic beauty of this system lay in its calmness. No one shouted orders. No one needed to. The files spoke for themselves, their logic serene, their tone almost kind. Even when describing enemies, the language remained precise, formal, and detached. There was no rage, only analysis. But within this serenity lay something chilling, a sense that morality had been replaced by measurement. The men of the SD believed they were maintaining order, not enforcing terror. They convinced themselves that their reports were neutral, that they only described reality. Yet, by describing it, they had already altered it, feeding a cycle of fear and conformity that would soon deepen beyond return. It was the quietness of this transformation that made it so complete. And in that quietness, Germany had begun to look into its own reflection and no longer recognize itself. By the mid-1930s, the SD had become indispensable to the regime. It told leaders not what was happening, but what they wished to believe was happening. A subtle difference that carried immense power. Heydrich's calm confidence made his office the heartbeat of Nazi intelligence, the invisible pulse beneath every decision. He had turned rumor into a weapon and bureaucracy into an art. The SD was now the voice that interpreted the conscience of the nation, its reports forming the rhythm to which others moved. Yet with each new success came a faint distortion, a quiet arrogance born from certainty. The mirror no longer simply reflected, it magnified, bent and reshaped. The watchers had begun to see only what they wanted to see, and as this illusion deepened, the next chapter of their history, the merging of intelligence with terror, was already waiting just beyond the edge of the glass. They came not with weapons, but with notebooks. The early men of the SD were not soldiers or spies in the traditional sense. They were thinkers, analysts, and quiet seekers of meaning. Many had studied philosophy, law, history, or psychology in universities still echoing with post-war uncertainty. They spoke of truth and structure, of the mind as the final frontier of national renewal. To them, Germany's weakness was not in its armies, but in its thoughts, scattered, confused, unaligned. They saw themselves as healers of that fracture, bringing precision to emotion and reason to loyalty. Reinhard Heydrich drew them to him with a simple promise, a place where intellect could serve destiny. In their hands, observation became an act of faith, and data a sacred text. They believed that if they could understand society completely, they could perfect it. And so, in rooms filled with paper and silence, the architects of control began to draw the outlines of a new order. Recruitment for the SD was subtle, almost elegant in its selectiveness. It did not seek adventurers, but those who preferred quiet reflection to action. Former students, dismissed civil servants, teachers, and lawyers, all were invited into a fraternity of thinkers devoted to discipline and clarity. Heydrich admired their restraint. He wanted men who would not question the moral cost of efficiency. Their loyalty was to truth as they defined it, not to violence or ideology alone. Interviews were calm, their questions philosophical. What is order? What is duty? What is the nature of faith in a political age? Those who answered with conviction were welcomed into a world where curiosity became a tool of command. Each new recruit brought a new specialty: linguistics, statistics, theology, or criminology, all woven together into a tapestry of intellect. The SD became a network of minds rather than bodies, of quiet observation instead of force. In their silence, they believed they were preserving civilization itself. Heydrich's leadership was both inspiring and chilling in its precision. He treated intelligence as an art form, insisting that clarity and control were the highest expressions of human will. He organized the SD as a pyramid of analysis, with information flowing upward and interpretation flowing down. Every rumor, report, and survey was filtered through layers of judgment, creating a structure that felt both scientific and sacred. Analysts spoke in the language of purity and cleansing, believing that knowledge itself could wash away the chaos of modern life. They worked long hours under soft light, surrounded by paper that smelled faintly of ink and dust. Conversations were formal, measured, devoid of emotion. Each word weighed for its meaning. To work within this order was to surrender individuality for precision, to find comfort in the anonymity of purpose. For Heydrich, this was perfection, intelligence without sentiment, loyalty without doubt. In this atmosphere of calm discipline, the SD became not an office, but a monastery of logic. Their methods were built on subtlety. The SD's reach extended not through fear, but through curiosity. Through questions asked gently and answers recorded meticulously. Agents conducted interviews disguised as casual conversations, drawing out opinions in taverns, universities, and churches. Correspondents sent reports from distant towns describing the mood of the people with unnerving accuracy. Psychological profiling became their art, understanding not only what people said, but why they said it. They measured the pauses between words, the changes in tone, the choice of metaphor. Every citizen became a potential data point, every sentence a clue. The SD created profiles not of individuals, but of collective behavior, mapping how faith, fatigue, and pride moved through the population like weather. Their findings filled thousands of pages, bound in soft covers, stored in cabinets that hummed with quiet importance. It was a world of paper and patience, where silence itself was the most trusted informant. And from that silence, a new kind of control began to rise, gentle, pervasive, and unseen. For the men who worked within these walls, intelligence felt pure. They believed that by watching society, they could refine it, that the act of knowing was itself a form of moral guidance. They spoke of national hygiene, not in the physical sense, but as a cleansing of confusion. To them, truth had to be organized, labeled, and purified before it could serve the state. Ideology crept in quietly disguised as duty. Reports began to describe not just moods, but worth, which groups contributed to order and which did not. The line between observation and judgment blurred so gradually that few noticed the change. The scholars who had come to serve knowledge now found themselves serving belief. Their intelligence meant to illuminate began to darken into justification, and still they told themselves they were only studying the world, not shaping it. The paradox of the SD lay in its purity. The more objective it tried to be, the more completely it absorbed the ideology of those it served. Heydrich had built a structure so rational that it could not question the purpose it was designed to fulfill. Within its files, science and myth coexisted without friction. Psychological reports sat beside racial theories. Statistical charts shared space with prophecies of destiny. Each analyst trusted that the larger meaning lay beyond his understanding, in the hands of higher authority. They found comfort in their detachment, even as that detachment allowed the machinery of persecution to take form. The calmness of their work made it seem harmless, even virtuous. The silence in which they labored began to sound like peace. But beneath that silence, decisions were being prepared that would reshape the world with the precision of a surgeon's blade. Heydrich himself rarely showed emotion. His subordinates described his composure as both inspiring and unsettling, a stillness that demanded imitation. Under his influence, the SD's tone became more clinical, more self-assured. Reports no longer questioned morality. They evaluated efficiency. The analysts learned to speak of people as variables, of communities as systems to be adjusted. It was a language that stripped away humanity, replacing it with function. And yet, within that same language, many found a strange tranquility, the relief of belonging to something vast and orderly. To believe in the SD was to believe that the chaos of history could be tamed by intellect alone. It was a faith that asked for no confession, only precision. And as this faith deepened, the SD ceased to be a service of information and became, quietly, a religion of control. By the late 1930s, the SD stood at the center of a web that stretched across the Reich. Its members no longer saw themselves as mere observers, but as custodians of destiny. The scholar had become the priest. The report had become scripture. What began as curiosity had hardened into doctrine. They spoke softly, wrote carefully, and believed deeply in the order they had built. In their stillness, they felt they were preserving something pure, something eternal. Yet, even as they watched others, they failed to see the transformation within themselves. The architects of silence had created a machine that no longer served them, but which they could not abandon. And in the hush of their devotion, the next phase of the SD's evolution, the merging of intellect with absolute power, was already beginning to breathe. In the quiet corridors of power, the SD's outline began to blur against the darker shadow of the Gestapo. What had started as an organization of observation now found itself intertwined with one of enforcement. Reinhard Heydrich understood the value of proximity. He placed his men near the desks of those who held authority, gathering whispers from the heart of the state itself. Within these walls, trust was an illusion, a word that had lost meaning in a system built on suspicion. Files multiplied like silent thoughts, each one carrying the faint trace of someone's fear. Heydrich, precise and composed, seemed to glide through this growing labyrinth, his calm presence masking an almost mathematical hunger for order. Himmler above him watched with fascination and unease, unsure if his creation was becoming too powerful to contain. The boundaries between information and intimidation began to dissolve, leaving behind an atmosphere thick with quiet dread. Even among allies, eyes lingered too long, and voices softened in self-preservation. And as the lines vanished, the air itself seemed to learn how to listen. The SD had not intended to police the world it studied, yet that is what began to unfold in the early years of the Reich's consolidation. The Gestapo, led nominally by Hermann Göring, but increasingly under Heydrich's influence, was hungry for method, for the SD's cold precision in tracking thought rather than action. Reports that once measured public morale were now used to identify dissent, converting observation into judgment. The state, once chaotic and fractured, was knitting itself together through fear disguised as loyalty. Each citizen became both subject and observer, each thought potentially a betrayal. The SD's offices filled with reports not just of words spoken but of silences, of what people refused to say. Bureaucracy became a kind of ritual, a silent rhythm of ink and paper where morality dissolved into classification. Within this rhythm, Heydrich found serenity, a strange peace in the geometry of control. Beneath him, officers learned to measure truth, not by facts, but by usefulness. And so, in the stillness of offices, lit by weak yellow bulbs, a new kind of intelligence was born, one that no longer separated knowledge from power. Heydrich's relationship with Himmler deepened, a partnership built on mutual dependence and hidden rivalry. Himmler, the mystic administrator, saw himself as the guardian of Germany's racial destiny. Heydrich, the pragmatic strategist, believed in efficiency above myth. Together, they formed a machine that breathed secrecy. One dreaming, the other calculating, Heydrich's power grew in whispers, not decrees. He appeared to serve, yet quietly shaped the system that even his superiors came to depend upon. The SD's reach expanded through departments, ministries, and private companies, collecting data under the guise of order. To those within, Heydrich's calm precision was both terrifying and magnetic, his every movement implying something more than was spoken. He mastered the art of seeming invisible, making obedience appear like initiative. In his world, silence was not absence. It was design, and from that silence he sculpted control that would one day consume its own creators. Within the ministries, a peculiar stillness settled, as though each desk, each drawer, each hallway carried an unseen ear. Officials began to censor themselves before anyone else could. Conversations grew shorter, the pauses longer. Files stamped and cross-referenced became small monuments to fear disguised as discipline. To the SD, this was progress, proof that the nation was learning self-surveillance, that loyalty could be measured not by passion but by restraint. Clerks became unwitting sentinels, recording minor hesitations, misplaced sympathies, and uncertain loyalties. The art of control had shifted from the street to the soul, where no rebellion could be easily seen. What had begun as a system to understand the people was now teaching the people to understand their own vulnerability. Every report sent upward was another stone laid in a fortress built from human caution. And so, beneath the steady hum of administration, Germany was learning how to whisper to itself in fear. Göring, once dominant in the politics of power, felt Heydrich's quiet encroachment like a cold draft through a closed door. The SD's reports began reaching higher echelons of authority before his own, their tone detached, analytic, and strangely persuasive. What was once an auxiliary service had become the mirror through which the Reich saw its reflection. Heydrich never needed confrontation. His strength lay in the elegance of inevitability. He built influence by shaping information itself, a force more powerful than armies or decrees. To the Reich's leaders he became indispensable, the keeper of truth as they wished to see it. But in truth he was designing something far deeper, a network that understood every motion within the state, a nervous system that responded before the mind even knew to act. Himmler's loyalty kept him close, but Göring's resentment grew, a subtle tension that only sharpened Heydrich's precision. The SD thrived in these invisible fractures, feeding on rivalry and secrecy alike. And from those tensions it drew the quiet energy of control that no one dared to name. The more powerful the SD became, the quieter its presence grew. Files were classified in layers so intricate that even senior officers knew only fragments. Heydrich understood that the true power of intelligence was not revelation but restraint, the mastery of what remained unspoken. Gestapo's men kicked down doors. The SD simply erased names from conversations. This duality gave the system its sinister grace, a balance between noise and silence that kept both fear and fascination alive. To outsiders, the SD appeared administrative, almost harmless, its work cloaked in paper and procedure. Yet within those pages lay the architecture of a society turned inward, where thought became policy and emotion became evidence. The calm exterior of Heydrich's office mirrored his philosophy: precision without passion, order without mercy. His subordinates often described him as distant, yet his stillness seemed to draw them closer, like moths circling a flame that gave no warmth. And through that stillness he taught them how to listen more deeply to silence than to words. As the SD and Gestapo converged, their methods became indistinguishable. Informants were now everywhere, in cafes, in factories, even within families. But unlike the Gestapo's raw intimidation, the SD's strength was subtler. It shaped thought by recording it, making people question themselves before anyone else could. The act of being observed became its own punishment, an invisible discipline that required no confrontation. Heydrich analysts developed reports that blended psychology with sociology, predicting unrest not through violence, but through unease. Each citizen's fear became another layer of data, another piece of the great silent puzzle of obedience. In this way, the SD created a mirror so perfect that it reflected not only what was, but what it needed to be. Beneath that reflection, reality itself began to distort, bending toward the expectations of those who wrote the reports. The world within the Reich became a performance, one directed not by law, but by perception. And as the mirror deepened, truth became the rarest thing of all. The Shadow Bureau had taken form, and its whisper reached every corner of the state. What had begun as a project of intelligence now ruled through the subtleties of self-awareness. Heydrich, still young but already legendary, had woven the web so seamlessly that even those caught within it admired its design. The SD's identity was no longer that of a department, but of an atmosphere, a silence that shaped reality itself. Yet in this stillness, something fragile stirred, the sense that even perfection carries the seed of collapse. Within Heydrich's brilliance lay the same flaw that haunted all systems of control, the belief that silence could replace truth. And as the Reich continued to mirror itself in the reports of the SD, the reflection would begin, ever so slightly, to tremble. For in the heart of every empire that listens too closely, the echo it hears is often its own undoing. And in that faint echo, the next chapter of the story was already forming, a shadow within a shadow waiting to emerge. In the offices of the SD, the world became something to be folded, labeled, and catalogued. Every human thought, hesitation, or sentiment was transformed into a notation, a line of data, a small evidence of order. Sermons delivered quietly in village churches were transcribed into summaries. Letters between friends were analyzed for loyalty, and rumors circulating in cafes were weighed as carefully as any official report. The ordinary became extraordinary only in the sense that it was now visible to someone who watched without pause. Each document carried the faint scent of ink and dust, a testament to the quiet labor of men who believed they were measuring the pulse of a nation. Typewriters clacked softly, their rhythm almost hypnotic, as clerks recorded the subtleties of human life in precise, unemotional language. Folders grew taller on shelves, stacks rising like towers of logic, each one containing fragments of countless lives. Yet beneath the efficiency, there was an emptiness, a sense that meaning had been replaced by notation, and reality had been reduced to patterns. In this meticulous calm, the SD had found a power that seemed absolute, and through it they began to see not only others but themselves in the reflection of their work. Heydrich believed that the essence of a person could be distilled onto paper. His reports, refined and layered, became the templates for this vast empire of observation. Analysts were trained to capture the smallest detail, the hesitation in speech, the repetition of phrases, the choice of whom to greet and whom to ignore. Every observation was checked, cross-referenced and filed, creating a network of information that spanned towns, provinces, and borders. The work was quiet, repetitive, and obsessive, yet those who performed it felt the gravity of their labor as though it were sacred. Clerks sometimes whispered of the odd intimacy that developed with the lives they chronicled, of people they would never meet, yet knew in small gestures and words. Each report was both a reflection and a forecast, a mirror of what had been and a prediction of what might follow. In this network, individual humanity became both visible and abstract, known yet impossible to touch, and the sense of power that came from watching without being seen settled over the SD like a gentle, unbroken tide. It was a power measured not in violence but in comprehension, slow and deliberate. The sheer volume of files created its own rhythm. Rows of cabinets stretched endlessly, each drawer a quiet repository of observation. Clerks moved between them with care, each folder treated as though it contained a living pulse rather than paper. The SD's influence grew not by force, but by accumulation, each file a single step in the construction of a nation's reflection. From a single letter, a report could multiply, feeding into summaries that reached the highest offices of the Reich. The ordinary became extraordinary in its repetition and aggregation. A minor complaint here, a small compliment there, all rising into patterns of human behavior that could be tracked and analyzed. There was a hypnotic beauty in this precision, an almost meditative satisfaction in knowing that nothing escaped the gaze of these silent observers. Yet the deeper they went, the more abstracted the world became, and the more distant the individuals whose lives they catalogued. The typewriter's rhythm became the heartbeat of control, a pulse that reminded all who worked there of the order they served. And as the files multiplied, the SD's reach extended far beyond its physical presence, entering every corner of thought it recorded. Information was power, and in the SD, power was quiet. They did not need spectacle to enforce themselves. Their authority came from the knowledge that they held the world in minute detail. Letters were read, sermons summarized, conversations reported, each one a thread in the vast tapestry of control. Analysts developed methods to compare and contrast, to see patterns invisible to ordinary eyes. The distinction between important and trivial was guided by precision, not emotion. The work was meticulous, even serene, each motion deliberate and measured. Clerks and officers learned to trust in the rhythm of paper and ink, in the silent architecture of their system. In time, the citizens themselves seemed to move in accordance with the unseen calculations of the SD, adjusting their words and gestures with a subconscious awareness of observation. The ordinary became structured, the chaotic ordered, and the human heart recorded like a ledger. And within this order, the SD's quiet empire expanded, growing outward without noise. Psychological profiles began to emerge from this ocean of information. Analysts categorized behaviors, noted tendencies, and mapped loyalties with a kind of clinical artistry. Each citizen was reduced to variables and trends, yet the abstraction felt complete, even elegant, to those who performed it. Clerks sometimes spoke of the strange intimacy that arose from their work, knowing people more thoroughly in reports than they could ever know them in life. Heydrich encouraged this devotion, believing that the truest understanding of a nation required such absorption. He taught that patience and observation were greater than coercion, that the quiet accumulation of knowledge could bend reality without force. Every rumor, every minor complaint, every whispered doubt became part of a living map, feeding into the SD's ever-growing consciousness. The pattern of a society could now be traced on paper, as tangible as a river or a road, yet invisible to the people themselves. In this calm, the work felt like meditation, and the analysts became monks of observation, their devotion silent and absolute, And as they continued, the lines between understanding and shaping blurred imperceptibly. The contrast between efficiency and emptiness became apparent even to the men of the SD. They had mastered the collection of information, the categorization of sentiment, the mapping of influence, yet meaning remained elusive. What was loyalty and what was fear? What was conformity and what was habit? The files could answer these questions statistically, yet not emotionally. There was a poetry in their precision, but it was hollow. The lives they measured were reduced to symbols, and the symbols replaced the flesh and breath of humanity. Still, the rhythm of typewriters and the smell of ink carried a sense of purpose, a quiet assurance that the system worked as intended. Analysts trusted their own meticulous processes, their own devotion to order, as though it were enough to define reality. In this pursuit, the SD became a mirror, not only of society, but of itself, reflecting the perfection of control, while erasing the texture of life. And through this self-reflection, the organization continued to grow, deeper and more pervasive, quietly shaping the world it catalogued. Even the smallest documents could carry profound weight. A single letter from a remote village, once unread and insignificant, became a node in a sprawling network of observation. The SD treated it with care, annotating, indexing, and transmitting it upward until it became part of a larger pattern. The ordinary act of writing, once private and personal, was transformed into a pulse in the rhythm of power. Clerks and analysts worked in near silence, their concentration absolute, the faint rustle of paper and the whisper of pens, their only companions. Each report reinforced the sense that the world could be measured, that the movement of millions could be known without ever leaving a desk. The efficiency of this method created a strange serenity, yet that serenity carried an echo of unease, the understanding that lives were being reduced to symbols and numbers. The empire of paper grew as quietly as a forest, spreading across towns, offices and households, and within this forest, the SD learned to see more than actions. It learned to see intentions, moods and fears. The paper war had begun, silent, precise and total. By the end of the 1930s, the SD's archive had become immense. Millions of files recorded the rhythms of human life across the Reich, each one a small pulse in a vast system. Analysts had become attuned to these rhythms, moving through patterns as though reading music written in ink. Efficiency was exquisite, almost hypnotic, yet beneath it lay the quiet tension of abstraction. Life reduced to notation, emotion replaced by analysis, and humanity observed without acknowledgement. Reports were sent up the hierarchy, interpreted and acted upon, influencing policies and shaping decisions without fanfare. The empire of information was invisible, yet omnipresent, extending farther than the eye could see. In this silence, the SD held a power beyond armies or speeches, a soft dominion of knowledge. And as the men continued their patient work, stacking folders and cataloging existence, the subtle transformation of observation into orchestration was already underway. The paper war was not fought with guns or force, but with patience, ink, and the quiet accumulation of understanding. And in its hush, the next chapter of control was quietly forming, waiting to unfold. In the quiet chambers of the SD, logic began to replace conscience. What had once been careful observation, a study of human behavior in its infinite variety, became a system of categorization for the purpose of control. Objectivity was celebrated as the highest virtue, yet it slowly transformed into obedience. Obedience not to law, but to an idea of order shaped in the minds of a few. Reports no longer simply recorded behavior, they judged it, measured it against a standard that was neither natural nor neutral. Clerks who had once marveled at the intricacy of human thought now felt a steady unease, as if the life within the pages had been drained away. Words like loyalty and danger replaced curiosity, and the language of observation became the language of preemptive judgment. Analysts began to see themselves as guardians, interpreting human actions as evidence for decisions they no longer questioned. The calm rhythm of typewriters persisted, yet beneath it lay the faint thrum of dread. Each file became a testament not to understanding, but to a careful erasure of doubt. And in that hush, the SD's logic began to drift from study into judgment. The shift was subtle, almost imperceptible, carried forward in the cadence of everyday work. Heydrich's guidance emphasized efficiency, precision, and clarity, yet his definition of clarity was absolute. Any behavior that deviated from the ideal was no longer noted merely as observation. It became a marker, a signal, a potential target. Analysts were taught to measure thought and intention as if they were natural forces, subject to calculation and capable of eradication. Questions of morality were quietly removed from the process, replaced with classifications, codes, and probabilities. Clerks, initially drawn to the intellectual elegance of the SD, began to internalize its logic without resistance. In offices that smelled faintly of ink and polished wood, the abstraction of human life into data points became routine. The quiet obsession with accuracy carried with it a creeping distance from empathy, a subtle shift from understanding to sanction. Reports now carried the weight of potential action. Yet the people writing them remained calm, almost serene in their precision. And with every analysis completed, the quiet dread that had begun to stir in these rooms deepened imperceptibly. The SD's files began to map more than moods and loyalties. They traced threats with meticulous care. Individuals were assigned codes, groups were ranked, and communities were assessed according to perceived risk. The act of recording became indistinguishable from the act of condemning as data points accumulated into patterns of exclusion. Clerks and analysts, trained to admire precision, rarely questioned the purpose behind their classifications. In their minds, the work was neutral, scientific, necessary. Yet the humanity of those catalogued faded with each careful line. Small details once noted as curiosity became evidence. Each hesitation and deviation scrutinized for hidden meaning. The distinction between observation and orchestration blurred as reports informed decisions that reshaped reality itself. Heydrich's calm authority reinforced this evolution, his presence a reminder that logic and loyalty were inseparable. Quietly, the SD was no longer a mirror of the nation. It was a tool to reshape it according to an abstract ideal. And as these layers of abstraction grew, a subtle tension settled over the offices, a tension neither visible nor acknowledged, yet palpable in every movement. Even the most diligent analysts felt it, a low hum beneath the steady rhythm of paper and ink. Their work demanded precision, but precision had begun to feel like complicity. The human lives represented in thousands of folders were now reduced to codes, ranks, and classifications that left no room for complexity or contradiction. Objectivity, once a noble goal, became the pretext for erasing what did not conform. Clerks noticed the faint chill of their own distance, the way empathy faded like a shadow at dusk. Conversations were measured, eyes avoided lingering, and the silence in offices grew dense, almost tangible. Every action taken based on a report reinforced the SD's authority, and every quiet success reinforced the detachment of those who had authored it. The morality of observation had quietly inverted. To know was to determine, and to determine was to judge. And in that inversion, the quiet dread of absolute intelligence began to unfold. The paradox of the SD's work was that knowledge and control had become inseparable. Reports that once sought understanding now justified measures, subtle at first, then gradually more encompassing. Clerks who had begun their work with curiosity now wrote with the steady hand of inevitability. Every file carried the potential for action, every detail became evidence, and the simple act of recording was a form of influence. The rhythm of typewriters and the rustle of paper became the music of quiet domination. Heydrich's office radiated calm authority, and this calm encouraged meticulous obedience, erasing hesitation before it could arise. The moral compass that had guided early analysts had been replaced by the apparatus of procedure and hierarchy. In these halls, order and logic were indistinguishable from loyalty, and the human element of observation had become a distant echo. And as this transformation solidified, the shadow of the SD reached further into life, quietly shaping the reality it once merely reflected. Reports grew in sophistication, tracking networks of influence and subtle dissent with increasing granularity. Every rumor, every private comment, and every hesitation became data feeding into a system designed to predict behavior. The act of watching transformed from intellectual exercise into a quiet imperative to anticipate, to preempt, to eliminate uncertainty. Analysts felt themselves suspended between the elegance of calculation and the weight of consequence. Their offices were calm, their movements precise, yet each report carried with it an invisible echo of judgment. The human lives catalogued within these files became abstractions, their individuality diluted in the logic of threat assessment. And yet the analysts clung to the belief that they were preserving order, that their detachment was a form of virtue. Slowly the SD evolved into a body of intelligence without a soul, its operations governed by abstraction, its judgments free of empathy. The quiet, relentless efficiency of this system created an unbroken tension that hung in the air like a thin veil, and as the files multiplied, so did the silent dread that knowledge could now become destiny. The seduction of control through observation became complete. Clerks, analysts, and officers had internalized a system that required only their attention and precision to function. Every document, every code, every cross-reference contributed to a growing lattice of influence that reached across the Reich. The quiet monotony of typing and filing hid the gravity of what was being accomplished. As the SD's reach expanded, fear became a constant companion, not just for those recorded, but for those who recorded. Objectivity had shifted into obedience, curiosity into justification, and the study of behavior into a tool of shaping and erasure. Yet for those within, the work remained serene, hypnotic, almost meditative, a world distilled into patterns and rules. And as they worked, the SD's logic began to dominate the landscape it once simply observed, transforming understanding into quiet authority. The line between knowing and acting had vanished, and the next stage of this subtle power was already emerging, ready to extend its influence further into life itself. By the close of this era, the SD had become a force defined by its own abstraction. Intelligence, once a mirror of the people, had been transformed into an instrument of silent command. The offices hummed with a steady, dispassionate rhythm, the typewriters tapping out the logic of a system that no longer acknowledged its own consequences. Clerks worked with a calm dedication, unaware that in their detachment lay the moral collapse of what had begun as disciplined observation. The quiet dread that infused the organization was now both invisible and unavoidable, a companion to every file and every report. Analysts saw only data, yet that data shaped destinies. The SD had learned to replace humanity with procedure and obedience with inevitability. And in the hush of these offices, the next chapter of transformation, when logic would merge fully with action, waited patiently to unfold. The intelligence without a soul had grown, and it was now ready to touch the world in ways both quiet and profound. By the early 1940s, the SD had grown beyond the borders of Germany, extending its quiet influence across a continent in flux. Its agents moved like shadows through occupied towns, neutral embassies, and bustling marketplaces, collecting fragments of lives and loyalties with meticulous care. There was no drama, no sudden confrontation. Espionage was a slow erosion, a methodical tracing of human patterns. Officers tracked the ebb and flow of conversation, the rise and fall of rumor, the subtle gestures that betrayed hidden intent. Men vanished into their work, absorbed by files, reports, and coded messages, their identities dissolving as completely as those they observed. The foreign intelligence branch became a continent-spanning web, connecting cities from Paris to Warsaw, from Oslo to Budapest, each node feeding into the central pulse of the Reich. Heydrich's vision for this network was both expansive and exacting. Every observation mattered. Every omission carried weight. Analysts studied not only events, but the mood of entire populations, translating social patterns into data points that traveled silently across borders. Each report added to a growing quiet symphony of control, and in that symphony Europe itself became a landscape measured, catalogued, and contained. The SD's operatives were trained for endurance, not heroism. Days blurred into nights as they walked streets unremarked, listened without speaking, and recorded without hesitation. They carried the weight of countless lives in their notebooks, yet no one around them suspected their presence. Even within embassies, behind polite greetings and formal handshakes, the subtle pulse of observation was relentless. Business offices, cafes, and cultural societies became fields for intelligence, spaces where ordinary actions were woven into patterns that spoke of allegiance and fear. The agents learned to disappear into routine, to become invisible in both motion and thought. Sleep was often interrupted by the need to decode, to file, to summarize, leaving a residue of fatigue that settled deep into the mind. Their work was an immersion into quiet obsession, a spiritual exhaustion born not of action, but of constant vigilance. And as Europe shifted beneath the weight of war, the SD's network absorbed it all, translating complexity into control. The continent became a vast ledger of behavior, each life a carefully traced line in a growing chart of influence. Even in distant cities, the SD maintained an unbroken rhythm of communication. Encoded messages traveled through diplomatic channels, courier networks, and business correspondence, each one a thread connecting distant observations to the heart of the organization. Analysts in Berlin pored over these messages, assembling the fragments into patterns that seemed to map not just events, but thought itself. Small details carried extraordinary weight. A hesitation in a letter, the absence of a familiar phrase, a whispered question overheard in a cafe. Each anomaly was a ripple in the river of intelligence, and each was noted, recorded, and assessed. Clerks, officers, and cryptographers worked in synchrony, their focus absolute, their movements quiet but deliberate. The precision of this network was almost hypnotic, a testament to the belief that meticulous attention could shape reality. And as each new piece of information arrived, the web of influence spread further, connecting lives and towns in a silent architecture of power. Europe became not merely occupied, but observed, its pulse catalogued in files and encoded messages. And within this lattice, the SD's authority grew, invisible yet profound. The human cost of such observation was subtle, yet pervasive. Operatives learned to suppress curiosity about their own lives, for personal attachment threatened the clarity of duty. Days became routines of calculation and reflection, nights filled with translation, decoding, and cross-referencing. In cafes and marketplaces they would pass unnoticed, observing strangers whose existence now mattered more than their own. The discipline demanded a quiet, relentless detachment, a suspension of the self that weighed heavily on even the most composed agents. Letters to home became rare, brief and formal, further eroding identity and human warmth. They moved through the cities as though in a dream, alert to everything, yet existing nowhere. Their work was meditation and exhaustion intertwined, a constant engagement with the lives of others, while their own slipped into shadow. The SD's network relied on this disappearance of self, on the quiet assimilation of each operative into the machinery of observation. And as their presence became seamless, the organization's continental reach deepened, extending into every corner of occupied space. The foreign branch of the SD was both an intelligence service and a mirror of ideology. Observations were framed not merely as facts, but as interpretations filtered through the lens of loyalty and threat. Agents were tasked with assessing character, measuring influence, and anticipating behavior in a manner that blended calculation with moral judgment. They recorded gestures, tones, and even pauses, translating them into reports that conveyed the subtle contours of allegiance. Analysts in Berlin aggregated these observations into profiles that informed decisions at the highest levels. The borderless network of intelligence became a tool of expectation, shaping the behavior of individuals and communities before action was even taken. Each report carried the implicit authority of judgment, the quiet implication that nothing could escape notice, and in this way, the SD's vision extended not only over space, but into the minds of the people themselves, turning observation into anticipation, and anticipation into control. Europe, measured and catalogued, became a living reflection of the Reich's ideal, and in that reflection fanaticism began to replace discernment, a slow blurring of intelligence into belief. The scale of the SD's expansion brought new challenges and subtle failures. Reports sometimes conflicted, sources were unreliable, and the interpretation of moods across cultures proved more complex than expected. Yet the organization's structure absorbed these inconsistencies, treating anomalies as puzzles rather than errors. Analysts became fluent in patterns, trained to reconcile contradictions with logic and expectation. The agent's work, demanding both rigor and patience, became a quiet battle against chaos, their own exhaustion, a companion to the continent's turbulence. Even as fatigue deepened, their discipline allowed the network to function without faltering. The system's rhythm maintained with almost sacred devotion. They moved as shadows within shadows, their presence undetectable, their influence absolute. And as each new city, region, or network was mapped and catalogued, the SD's reach seemed limitless, extending from individual habits to entire populations. The quiet mastery of information had become continental in scale, yet the vision behind it was now tinged with obsession. And in this obsession, the line between intelligence and ideology began to fade. The blurring of vision carried subtle danger. Agents and analysts alike began to see conformity not as a product of circumstance, but as proof of inherent loyalty, and dissent as a reflection of inherent threat. Patterns became self-reinforcing, each new observation confirming prior assumptions, each report deepening the network's grip on reality. Heydrich encouraged this methodical certainty, valuing the consistency of interpretation over the complexity of nuance. Analysts moved in a trance-like rhythm, their pens and typewriters translating uncertainty into codes and classifications. The continent became a silent theatre, each movement recorded, each hesitation noted, each rumor woven into the fabric of expectation. And though the work was precise and methodical, it carried an undercurrent of fanaticism, the quiet conviction that every action, every gesture, every thought could and should be measured. Europe was both occupied and illuminated by the SD's vision, yet that illumination revealed only the outline of control, not the fullness of life. And in that outline the agents themselves began to vanish, absorbed into the shadows they had created, leaving only the pulse of the network behind. By the mid-1940s, the SD's continental net had reached a peak of subtle power. Its agents operated in cities they might never return to, collecting fragments of life with the precision of a scholar and the detachment of a monk. Intelligence reports traversed borders, languages, and cultures, converging into a singular, relentless rhythm of information. The officers and clerks who maintained the network moved through exhaustion and discipline alike, their personal identities dissolving into the system they served. The quiet authority of observation had become absolute, yet it carried the hidden tension of fanaticism. Knowledge and belief were now inseparable, and interpretation replaced understanding. Europe had been transformed into a continent of reflections, a vast ledger of gestures, sentiments, and fears catalogued in endless files. Even as the war raged outside, the SD's internal machinery continued in calm, unbroken rhythm, measuring, recording, and anticipating. And in this quiet omnipresence, the organization's reach had become both invisible and inescapable. From the shadows, the next chapter of internal consolidation and ideological precision was already emerging, ready to fold the world into the logic of observation. By the mid-war years, the SD's expansion had brought it into quiet conflict with other intelligence services, most notably the Abwehr, the military's own secret network. What began as overlapping responsibilities soon became a delicate dance of secrecy, each organization guarding its methods while probing for the vulnerabilities of the other. Heydrich moved within this tension with calm precision, treating every piece of information as both shield and lever. Secrets became currency, whispers became strategies, and silence became the most potent tool of all. Analysts in both services worked meticulously, comparing notes, decoding communications, and interpreting the smallest inconsistencies. Agents sometimes discovered duplications of effort or hidden surveillance within their own offices. Yet no confrontation arose. The conflict was unspoken, simmering beneath the surface. The art of influence lay in subtlety, in the quiet suggestion that knowledge equaled authority, and in this unvoiced rivalry, the SD's reach and efficiency grew, tempered by the constant awareness of peers equally skilled in observation. The tension was never loud, never explosive. It was a shadow stretching across offices, embassies, and quiet streets alike. And within this shadow, Heydrich's vision of absolute intelligence deepened, guided by patience, foresight, and silent calculation. Every exchange of information carried dual purpose: to understand the enemy and to reinforce one's own dominance. Reports were circulated, often leaving subtle traces designed to be noticed by Abwehr officers, while carefully protecting the SD's true knowledge. The chessboard of espionage expanded with every city, every embassy, and every neutral contact. Agents developed the skill of anticipating not only civilian behavior, but the moves of other intelligence services, mapping their rivals' logic with as much care as any target. The tension was quiet but constant, a low hum beneath the rhythm of office life. Heydrich encouraged this subtle competition, knowing that rivalry sharpened efficiency and rewarded cleverness. Clerks and analysts adapted to this layered complexity, learning to read implications, to detect hidden patterns, and to value inference over raw information. And as each quiet maneuver unfolded, the SD extended its influence further, becoming simultaneously more aware and more inscrutable. The balance between observation and interference was delicate, and any misstep could ripple through networks like a small tremor. In this subtle struggle, silence was as decisive as any report, and patience more powerful than confrontation. In occupied territories, the rivalry became a game of indirect influence. Agents from different services often crossed paths in cafes, hotels, and transport hubs, observing without being observed, recording while being recorded. Each encounter was measured, catalogued, and analyzed, leaving no action unexamined. Small gestures, brief greetings, the timing of movements, all became part of a growing map of presence and intent. Heydrich operatives learned to anticipate the Abwehr's assumptions, leaving deliberate clues while obscuring true intentions. Intelligence became a silent dialogue, a conversation conducted through absence as much as through presence. Analysts in Berlin could detect anomalies not in the content of reports, but in their tone, structure, and omissions. The quiet discipline of this exchange created a tension that never erupted, yet was palpable to those attuned to its rhythm. And through these subtle maneuvers, the SD reinforced its position, weaving a web of influence that extended through the continent without a single overt confrontation. The shadows themselves seemed to listen and respond, reflecting the unspoken power struggle beneath the veneer of bureaucratic calm. Heydrich treated this rivalry like a long, deliberate game. Every report, every intercepted communication, and every minor observation became a potential move in a larger strategy. Patience was essential. The reward was not immediate action, but cumulative advantage. Analysts learned to anticipate not only the movement of foreign spies, but the reactions of their own peers within the German intelligence system. Trust was scarce, and every contact was weighed for risk and potential gain. The SD's own agents internalized this approach, moving through the cities and offices as though guided by invisible currents. Each choice, no matter how minor, was filtered through layers of logic, foresight, and anticipation. In this careful maneuvering, mistakes were minimized, yet the stakes remained high, for the failure to read a single nuance could alter the course of influence. And as the silent contest unfolded, the SD's internal cohesion strengthened, while the edges of its rivals' understanding blurred. In this calm but tense environment, the organization learned that power often lies not in action, but in the patient orchestration of silence. The quiet rivalry shaped the SD's internal culture as much as its external operations. Officers and clerks were trained to anticipate scrutiny, to question assumptions, and to value inference above certainty. Meetings and briefings became exercises in subtlety, with every phrase measured for effect and interpretation. Agents in the field learned to move like ghosts, leaving impressions rather than traces, guiding rivals toward conclusions without confrontation. Analysts in Berlin sifted through hundreds of reports daily, noting consistencies, discrepancies, and the faint patterns that revealed rival operations. Heydrich's hand was invisible, but omnipresent, steering priorities and calibrating responses with deliberate calm. Every file, memo, and summary was potentially a tool or a test, blurring the line between observation and manipulation. And in this atmosphere, the SD's reach grew silently, extending influence over both enemies and peers alike. The tension of rivalry became a rhythm, a constant hum underlying daily life, subtle yet inescapable. And in this rhythm, the organization found a form of mastery, both of information and of human behavior itself. Even outside Germany, foreign intelligence officers felt the weight of this quiet struggle. In embassies, businesses, and clandestine networks, the SD and the Abwehr left traces that were more felt than seen. Observers could sense patterns without knowing their source, a subtle architecture of influence shaping decisions and movements. Heydrich's approach emphasized anticipation, ensuring that actions were guided by logic rather than reaction. Agents became adept at interpreting silence, reading hesitation as carefully as words, the skill of maintaining composure while probing, the art of appearing benign while assessing intentions became second nature. Clerks and analysts relished the subtlety, learning that the smallest insight could shift the balance of understanding. And though the work was exhausting, the elegance of its precision created a quiet fascination, an almost hypnotic rhythm that carried through offices, embassies, and city streets. In this suspended space between observation and influence, the SD's authority solidified further, quiet yet absolute, and in the interplay of shadows, the next moves of power were already being imagined, silent yet inevitable. The rivalry also sharpened the SD's analytical methods, cross-referencing reports, comparing sources, and detecting discrepancies became essential not only for intelligence, but for internal supremacy. Analysts trained themselves to detect the faintest anomalies, understanding that every deviation might signal a rival's movement or misstep. Heydrich emphasized the value of foresight, teaching that patience and inference often outweighed immediate information. Offices hummed with quiet activity, a soft rhythm of papers shuffled, pens scratched, and codes deciphered. The organization became simultaneously meticulous and adaptive, learning to anticipate not only enemy actions, but the strategies of its closest competitors. Clerks and operatives moved with invisible choreography, each step calculated, each gesture laden with potential implication. And as this intricate network of observation, calculation, and subtle interference grew, the SD solidified its dominance within the Reich's intelligence hierarchy. The silent tension between agencies became part of the SD's identity, shaping decisions, behaviors, and expectations alike. And in this quiet rivalry, the organization honed a mastery of influence that would extend far beyond its own borders. By the close of this chapter in the SD's history, power had become a game of shadows. Every secret, every hesitation, every observation was a potential lever, a node in an invisible lattice that connected individuals, agencies, and nations. Heydrich influence extended through calculation, patience, and the quiet orchestration of knowledge. The rivalry of shadows taught the SD that the softest pressure, applied consistently and subtly, could shape outcomes more effectively than force. Analysts, clerks, and agents moved in concert, guided by protocols, intuition, and the steady rhythm of anticipation. The organization had learned to measure not only others, but itself, refining methods and assessing rivals with calm precision. Europe and even the Reich's own intelligence services had become an intricate game board where every move was quiet, deliberate, and significant. And as this chapter of subtle power drew to a close, the SD prepared to codify its methods, solidifying influence into procedure and shaping loyalty through both observation and expectation. The game of shadows would continue, silent yet unyielding, as the organization prepared to deepen its hold over the world it watched. By the early 1940s, the SD's work had evolved beyond mere cataloging of behavior into a quiet study of society itself. Reports delved into moods, habits, and patterns, observing not only actions, but the subtle shifts of sentiment across towns and neighborhoods. Clerks and analysts tracked the rhythm of daily life, noting the weariness in the streets, the fleeting hope in conversations, the quiet despair in letters that passed through post offices. Faith, fatigue, and fear became measurable, as if human emotion could be distilled into data points. These insights traveled silently to offices in Berlin, where they were interpreted and translated into guidance for propaganda and policy. The SD's work was invisible but pervasive, shaping the Reich not through spectacle, but through understanding. Agents and analysts moved in near silence, gathering knowledge that could anticipate moods before they were expressed, and influence behavior before it became action. Every detail, no matter how small, was a clue in the intricate map of human response. And as these patterns emerged, the organization realized that knowledge itself could be a form of quiet authority. In this reflection of society, control began to appear as inevitability, gentle yet unyielding. Observers noted the ebb and flow of public sentiment with almost obsessive care. Markets, churches, and workplaces became arenas for careful measurement. Each encounter logged, each reaction interpreted. Clerks transcribed letters, reports, and rumors, attentive to subtle shifts in tone and implication. Analysts developed methods to gauge both collective mood and individual disposition, translating hesitation, repetition, or emphasis into indicators of loyalty or doubt. The SD's approach blended meticulous documentation with subtle interpretation, building a lattice of knowledge that touched nearly every corner of civilian life. Even idle conversations became data, a pulse of society captured in the rhythm of human interaction. Heydrich's guidance emphasized precision, detachment, and the quiet power of understanding before acting. Through these studies, the Reich became a mirror of itself, reflecting anxieties, hopes, and fatigue in the language of control. Each insight gained a dual purpose: to inform governance and to guide subtle forms of influence. And in this reflective process, the SD's authority over perception deepened, extending beyond observation into the shaping of experience itself. The work carried an understated chill, a sense that nothing remained untouched by scrutiny. Reports on morale and resilience, on quiet discontent or fleeting optimism, were read with calm attention, their conclusions slowly shaping policy. Analysts observed patterns in prayer, song, and gesture, recording the collective rhythms of hope and despair. Clerks noted the decline in attendance at cultural events, the hesitation in public expression, the muted tones of letters and diaries. Each observation was catalogued, categorized, and interpreted in the context of broader societal trends. Information flowed upward, translated into strategies that influenced messaging, public appearances, and the timing of announcements. The subtle power of understanding the inner life of a people became apparent. Control could be exercised through suggestion, through tone, through the careful shaping of perception. As analysts recorded each nuance, they felt the weight of knowledge turned weapon, a force that shaped thought without confrontation. And in this quiet operation, the Reich itself became both subject and object, studied and molded by the very agency that mirrored its every heartbeat. The SD's influence grew not with noise, but with the soft accumulation of insight. Every city and village, contributed to the emerging portrait of the nation. Patterns of fatigue, shifts in religious practice, and the prevalence of whispers became elements in a map of collective sentiment. Analysts noted the repetition of phrases in newspapers, the subtle changes in private letters, and the small acts of compliance or resistance observed in daily life. Clerks maintained their meticulous rhythm, filing observations and feeding the growing network of analysis. The SD's understanding of society was simultaneously intimate and abstract, knowing the texture of everyday life, while reducing it to patterns and probabilities. The data became a tool to anticipate reactions, to guide messaging, and to reinforce conformity without force. In each report, the human dimension was recorded with precision, yet stripped of ambiguity, a quiet reduction of complexity into insight. The Reich in reflection revealed both its strengths and vulnerabilities, not in headlines, but in the cadence of ordinary moments. And as these studies continued, the SD learned that knowledge itself could anticipate need, suggest compliance, and shape thought without a single command. The power of observation had quietly matured into the power to guide. Analysts began to link the minutiae of daily life with broader social trends. Work patterns, leisure activities, religious observance, and social gatherings were analyzed for their implications on morale and loyalty. Small gestures, repeated phrases, or pauses in conversation were noted as potential indicators of public sentiment. Heydrich encouraged the meticulous assembly of these details, emphasizing that understanding the inner life of the Reich was as important as monitoring enemy movements abroad. Clerks and officers worked with a quiet devotion, aware that every report contributed to a larger narrative of control. The SD's sociological work became a map of perception, showing how beliefs, fatigue, and despair shifted in response to leadership, propaganda, and circumstance. Information was collected not to punish, but to anticipate, to guide, to mold subtly the behaviors of entire communities. Each insight was a tool, a gentle lever applied through messaging, scheduling, and social pressure. And in this slow, persistent shaping of perception, the SD found an almost meditative authority over the Reich itself. Knowledge, measured and precise, became the quiet architecture of influence. The precision of observation was matched by the subtlety of application. Propaganda was informed by the patterns recorded in SD reports. Each phrase and image selected to reinforce compliance or hope, fatigue or vigilance. Analysts tracked the nation's rhythms with care, noting when optimism peaked, when worry increased, when faith wavered. The SD's work was unobtrusive, yet pervasive, a silent rhythm influencing thought through the gentle shaping of information and circumstance. Clerks and agents alike understood the delicate balance between insight and interference, between reflection and action. Even minor events were integrated into larger analyses, contributing to the refinement of messaging and policy. The quiet authority of the SD emerged not from coercion, but from anticipation, the ability to foresee reactions and guide them subtly. And in this careful orchestration, society itself became a mirror, reflecting both its own mood and the guiding hand of those who observed. Each file and report carried weight far beyond its immediate content, shaping lives without confrontation. And through this reflection, the SD's influence deepened, subtle yet unmistakable, a force woven into the rhythm of everyday existence. Fatigue, hope, and despair became measurable instruments in the SD's studies. Analysts charted the ways citizens responded to news shortages and rumors, noting how optimism faded or flourished under changing circumstances. Reports captured small changes in public behavior: longer queues, shorter prayers, whispered questions, gestures of compliance. Clerks filed these observations with care, maintaining the rhythm of the organization as it expanded its reach. Heydrich emphasized that understanding society's internal pulse was as powerful as controlling borders or monitoring armies. Every insight became a lever for influence, every pattern a subtle means of shaping perception. The organization's methods were precise, quiet, and continuous, a calm engine driving influence across the Reich. And as these patterns coalesced into understanding, the SD realized that the mind of the nation could be guided as effectively as its actions. Knowledge had become a quiet authority, shaping thought through reflection and anticipation, and in this reflective mastery, the Reich itself was gently contained, measured, and understood. By the mid-war years, the SD's sociological work reached its most sophisticated level. Communities, regions, and cities were mapped for mood compliance and resilience, creating a network of influence built on observation alone. Clerks and analysts maintained an almost hypnotic rhythm, cataloging every nuance and subtle shift. Reports became instruments of anticipation, shaping both propaganda and policy with a quiet precision that left little to chance. Heydrich's vision emphasized calm observation and methodical application, transforming insight into influence. Ordinary life became a substrate for understanding, each conversation, gesture, and letter feeding into the broader intelligence network. The organization's authority was subtle, invisible, and pervasive, exerted through knowledge rather than force. And as the Reich was reflected in files, charts, and summaries, its mood, fears, and hopes were catalogued, understood, and quietly guided. The SD had become a mirror of the nation, its observations shaping thought with the soft, relentless pressure of insight. And in this gentle shaping, the organization prepared to extend its influence even further, quietly consolidating the architecture of control. In the early hours of a spring day in Prague, the quiet rhythm of the city was broken by an event that would ripple through the corridors of power. Reinhard Heydrich, the mind behind the meticulous architecture of the SD, was struck by a sudden and irrevocable end. His presence, once a constant pulse in offices, embassies, and reports, vanished into silence. Those who had worked under him felt a strange disorientation, as if the air itself had lost its guiding tension. The organization he had shaped so carefully now faced the void left by his absence, a sudden gap in logic and leadership. Fear crept into the minds of clerks and analysts alike, not only of the event itself, but of what it meant for the meticulous order they relied upon. Yet beneath the fear lay a subtle relief, a whisper of reprieve from the relentless vigilance he demanded. Offices were quieter, but heavier, the hum of activity now accompanied by uncertainty. And in that hush, the SD began to realize that the structure of authority could falter, and even the most precise intelligence could encounter its own vulnerability. Heydrich's death revealed the fragility beneath the surface of the SD's apparent strength. Files continued to be sorted, reports still produced, but the rhythm lacked the certainty his presence had provided. Clerks and officers moved with the memory of his discipline, yet every decision carried a shadow of doubt. Analysts paused, reconsidered, and recalculated with a heightened awareness of impermanence. The city outside remained calm, unaware of the currents of fear and adjustment flowing through the organization. Each office, each corridor seemed to hum with reflection. The meticulous order Heydrich had nurtured now a fragile inheritance. Even as the network functioned, it did so with a new subtle tension, a quiet anxiety that the guiding hand was gone, and in that absence the idea of omniscience, of absolute knowledge, seemed more vulnerable than ever before. The architects of observation now became observers of their own uncertainty, measuring not just others, but the spaces left in his wake. And in this reflection, a slow elegy unfolded, gentle yet unmistakable. Within the SD, his loss was both a rupture and a revelation. Officers who had followed his logic with unshakable fidelity now found themselves questioning the very structures he had built. The meticulous web of surveillance, assessment, and control began to feel less absolute, more prone to distortion. Clerks noticed gaps where previously there had been seamless guidance, small inconsistencies that highlighted the human limits of the system. Analysts contemplated the balance between fear and order, recognizing that authority rested not only on structure, but on the presence of its architect. The network of intelligence continued to function, yet it carried a new fragility, a reminder that the carefully cultivated rhythm depended on a mind capable of orchestrating it. Heydrich's absence introduced a pause, a suspended moment in which the machinery of observation was forced to reckon with itself. And in that suspended space both apprehension and a faint relief mingled, creating an emotional landscape as complex as any file they had catalogued. The SD was no longer just a reflection of the Reich, it was a reflection of its own mortality, and the shadow of that realization stretched quietly across every office and archive. The reaction of the Reich's higher offices was a quiet storm. Himmler and other leaders moved swiftly to maintain continuity, yet their steps were cautious, measured. Heydrich had been not just a strategist, but a lens through which intelligence had been focused and magnified. Without him, decisions felt tentative, as if each action might ripple unpredictably through the organization he had meticulously refined. Officers in the field noted the change, the slight delay in directives, the subtle pause in communication that had never existed before. Fear and uncertainty traveled quietly through the SD, echoing in the rhythm of reports and analysis. Yet amid the unease there was a strange clarity, the realization that even the most disciplined system depended on human insight, and that imperfection was inevitable. The silence after his fall was a new kind of observation, one that measured absence as carefully as presence, and in that silence the SD felt both the weight of vulnerability and the ghost of its founder's precise vision. Slowly, the organization began to adapt, seeking continuity in the shadows of what had been lost. Offices that once hummed with the certainty of calculation now carried the soft tension of uncertainty. Clerks and analysts moved with care, double-checking each report, reconsidering each interpretation. The absence of Heydrich's oversight introduced space for reflection, even for the faintest expression of doubt. Field agents, long accustomed to his guiding hand, relied on principle rather than instruction, feeling the weight of improvisation in every choice. Each letter, memo, and report now held dual significance, the content itself, and the subtle question of whether it aligned with a mind no longer present. The quiet discipline of the SD persisted, but it was accompanied by an undercurrent of melancholy, a recognition that precision could falter. Fear of exposure, failure, or misinterpretation lingered, tempered by the faint relief of distance from relentless scrutiny. And in that balance of tension and reprieve, the organization entered a new phase, one of reflection, recalibration, and quiet endurance. The rhythm of work continued, though softer, slower, measured against the absence it now acknowledged. And in that soft measure, the idea of omniscience began to feel both human and fragile. The emotional landscape of the SD shifted subtly but profoundly. Analysts reflected not only on their work, but on the nature of authority, the weight of oversight, and the fragility of control. Clerks who had once found comfort in meticulous routine now sensed that routine alone could not sustain coherence. Agents in the field moved with vigilance tinged by uncertainty, aware that guidance was now mediated through layers rather than a single commanding mind. Reports that once felt like instruments of clarity became reminders of dependency, of the thin thread connecting observation to understanding. Even as the network functioned, the absence of its architect was palpable in the hesitation, the recalibration, and the faintly elegiac tone that suffused daily operations. Heydrich's methods remained, but the certainty behind them was diminished, leaving room for both fear and tentative relief. And in that quiet tension, the SD discovered the subtle truth that intelligence, however precise, is inseparable from the human mind that shapes it. The fall of the architect was a pause, a moment in which the machinery of observation met its own limitations, and in that pause, the organization felt the weight of history moving gently, inexorably forward. Even as operations continued, the reverberations of his death touched every level of the organization. Analysts debated interpretations more carefully, agents weighed discretion against initiative, and clerks followed routines with heightened awareness of consequence. The quiet mastery Heydrich had embodied was no longer present, leaving an invisible space filled with both anxiety and contemplation. Within this space, the SD had to rediscover rhythm, balancing vigilance with adaptability. Orders were followed, networks maintained, yet each action carried the subtle imprint of reflection, a recognition of both loss and resilience. The organization had become a system in motion without its guiding force, a body operating with precision tempered by absence. And in that tempered motion, the SD revealed its capacity for endurance, even as the clarity that had once defined it softened into careful uncertainty. The world outside continued to shift, but within the organization, silence became a lens through which both fear and memory were observed. And in that silence, the next chapter of adaptation quietly awaited. By the end of this period, the SD had emerged altered but unbroken. Heydrich's vision remained embedded in procedures, files, and protocols, yet its living pulse was absent. Officers and clerks moved with heightened awareness of human fallibility, of the gap between authority and presence, of the limits of calculation. The organization's rhythm persisted, quieter now, slower, reflective, a meditation on the tension between structure and the fragility of leadership. Fear and relief intertwined in a subtle cadence, shaping both thought and action without noise. Analysts observed the shadow of their founder in every detail. Clerks felt his absence in the steady hum of office work, and agents measured their own initiative against the invisible standard he had set. And in that shared awareness, the SD discovered a new form of endurance, one that balanced vigilance with reflection, control with humility, and observation with understanding. The architect had fallen, yet the machinery he had designed continued its soft, deliberate operation. And in the stillness after his departure, the organization poised itself to navigate the uncertain currents ahead, guided now by both memory and method. After Heydrich's death, the offices of the SD retained their routines, yet the atmosphere had shifted into a quiet, hollow cadence. Clerks sorted files, analysts reviewed reports, and agents sent updates, all moving with mechanical precision, yet lacking the guiding pulse that had once orchestrated their rhythm. The absence of decisive leadership was palpable, an empty desk that symbolized the void at the heart of the organization. Himmler's presence grew more mystical, his attention divided between rituals, visions, and the mechanics of control. Orders were issued, often enigmatic, interpreted by officers who had learned to navigate instruction and implication with cautious deference. The SD's network continued to function, each cog turning in the machinery, yet the subtle spark of innovation and intuition that had marked Heydrich's tenure was now absent. Analysts observed patterns without insight, clerks catalogued events without judgment, and agents moved through cities with quiet precision, but little understanding. The organization had become a mirror, reflecting the Reich's activity without reflection of its own. And in that reflection there was an eerie calm, the hollow echo of efficiency without clarity. The work persisted, slow and rhythmic, as if the organization were a living organism, maintaining heartbeat without thought. The absence of direction created a delicate tension within the SD. Officers accustomed to following a decisive mind found themselves balancing initiative with caution, unsure how far to act without immediate guidance. Reports continued to flow, yet their interpretation was often muted, lacking the decisive lens of prior leadership. Analysts debated conclusions in hushed tones, aware that the organization relied on mechanical execution rather than insight. Clerks carried out their duties with remarkable consistency, the monotony of routine masking the subtle anxiety in their movements. Agents in the field maintained surveillance, but their observations were now catalogued without the same understanding or prioritization. The organization functioned as a structure rigid and deliberate, yet it lacked the pulse of intuition that had once animated its operations. Decisions were made, but hesitation lingered beneath them, a quiet shadow of uncertainty. And in the empty spaces left by Heydrich, the SD continued, its rhythm sustained by memory and protocol rather than vision. The offices themselves seemed to hum softly, a mechanical heartbeat echoing in quiet corridors. Himmler's influence, increasingly mystical and ceremonial, left the SD in a curious state of suspended authority. He emphasized loyalty, ritual, and ideological devotion, but the practical guidance that had orchestrated daily intelligence work was absent. Clerks and analysts interpreted directives with care, seeking clarity where it often did not exist. Reports and files multiplied, yet their meaning was sometimes uncertain. Interpreted more as proof of diligence than insight, the organization's machinery continued, turning methodically, but without the animating vision that once gave it direction. Agents moved through cities, aware of the network's presence, yet unaware of the strategic pulse that had previously guided their work. Decisions flowed from procedure, not judgment, and observation became a quiet act of recording rather than understanding. In this vacuum, efficiency persisted, but subtlety and foresight had begun to fade. The SD became a mirror, reflecting actions and data, but not thought or consequence. And in that reflection there was a gentle, almost hypnotic stillness, a calm sustained by repetition rather than reasoning. The offices, once vibrant with focused anticipation, now carried the quiet weight of routine. Clerks and analysts moved with a slow rhythm, each step measured, each report filed in meticulous order. Agents sent updates from occupied cities, their reports precise but lacking context or interpretation. The absence of decisive leadership created a space where observation continued without refinement, and information flowed without insight. Himmler's mystical preoccupations cast a subtle influence, guiding principle more than method, shaping loyalty rather than thought. The organization persisted with mechanical grace, like a finely tuned instrument played without a conductor. Each report, each record was completed with exacting care, yet the resonance of purpose had softened. The SD became a quiet echo of itself, its operations maintained by protocol and expectation rather than insight. And in this echo, the organization moved forward, suspended between its legacy and the uncertainty of its new reality. The rhythm of work continued, slow and hypnotic, carrying the weight of silent authority. Field agents experienced the change most subtly. They continued surveillance, filed observations, and transmitted information with the same precision as before. Yet their understanding of priorities and interpretation of data now rested on precedent and procedure, rather than guidance from an architect. Reports arrived at central offices in Berlin, catalogued and filed with meticulous care, but the meaning behind them often remained elusive. Analysts attempted to extract patterns, yet the absence of a guiding intelligence created gaps in understanding. Clerks maintained rhythm, repeating established protocols with unwavering fidelity, ensuring continuity even as clarity waned. The organization's machinery functioned like a living system, each part dependent on routine rather than insight. Observations became habits, assessments became repetitions, and the SD itself became a mirror, reflecting activity without comprehension. And in this quiet machinery, a subtle tension persisted. The system worked, but it no longer inspired confidence, only rhythm. The empty desk remained silent yet profound, shaping the organization's cadence in absence. Within Berlin, the offices hummed with understated diligence. Analysts compared reports, searching for consistency, while clerks preserved the continuity of filing and documentation. Instructions from Himmler, increasingly guided by ritual and belief, were interpreted with careful attention to tone and implication. The SD's work continued, yet its functions were governed more by habit than insight, more by procedure than calculation. Even as intelligence flowed, the subtle art of interpretation began to fade, leaving a quiet void where judgment had once flourished. Agents in occupied territories executed orders precisely, yet their understanding of strategic purpose was diminished. The rhythm of the organization became hypnotic, sustained by repetition rather than reflection, by expectation rather than direction. And in the corridors and offices, there was a stillness both reassuring and unsettling, a calm generated by motion rather than comprehension. The SD operated, yet its reflection of the Reich had lost depth, leaving only surface and structure. And in that surface, the quiet weight of absence shaped the pulse of every action. The hollowed organization gradually assumed a rhythm of persistence. Clerks typed, analysts reviewed, and agents observed, all operating within the boundaries of established expectation. Reports multiplied, files expanded, and intelligence continued to flow without hesitation, yet insight lagged behind action. The office walls seemed to echo with the memory of past leadership, a soft reminder of the clarity once present. Himmler's presence offered ideological guidance, but the practical orchestration of intelligence was now filtered through routine rather than vision. The SD became a mirror in which activity was reflected without understanding, efficiency without awareness, observation without interpretation. Each day passed with measured repetition, the organization maintaining itself through discipline rather than initiative. And in this steady rhythm, the quiet power vacuum shaped both the pace and the tone of work. The machinery continued, sustained by protocol and habit, a calm echo of the structure that had once been animated by human insight. And in this echo, the SD faced the slow, hypnotic rhythm of endurance without direction. By the close of this chapter, the SD had settled into its new form. The organization was still powerful, still methodical, yet the pulse of intuition that had guided it under Heydrich was now absent. Clerks, analysts, and agents moved with unwavering precision, yet the machinery they maintained had become a reflection without depth, a mirror without reflection. Orders were followed, intelligence collected, and routines observed, yet the subtleties of judgment and foresight had faded into mechanical repetition. Himmler's influence shaped loyalty and principle, but could not restore the clarity of vision lost with Heydrich. The organization persisted, hypnotic in its rhythm, calm in its diligence, and quiet in its observation. And in that persistence there was a strange beauty, the quiet endurance of a system that continued to function, even in the absence of its guiding mind. The empty desk remained, a silent testament to both loss and continuity, shaping the pulse of every office, every file, every agent. And in that silence, the SD prepared to move forward into an uncertain world, carrying both its legacy and the echo of absence into the chapters yet to come. In occupied territories, the SD extended its quiet reach, moving among cities and villages with a presence both subtle and insistent. Clerks and analysts monitored patterns of behavior, collecting reports of gatherings, whispers, and deviations from expected routines. Resistance was interpreted not as courage or defiance, but as anomaly, a pathology to be mapped and understood. Agents moved like shadows through towns, noting every gesture, conversation, and arrangement of daily life, transforming the ordinary into data. Deportations and compliance measures were organized with meticulous attention to order, guided by information rather than impulse. Officers catalogued the behaviors of entire communities, their observations forming an invisible architecture of influence and enforcement. The quiet diligence of these operations masked the weight of their consequences, as each file contributed to a system of control beyond immediate perception. Analysts worked in hushed offices, their calculations precise, their judgments framed as neutral insights, yet their effects were profound. Even in the silence, there was a sense of calculated inevitability, a rhythm of authority that touched every corner. And in this rhythm, the SD's methods extended, subtle yet inexorable, into the minds of occupied populations. Field agents observed with a steady calm, noting every detail with unwavering attention. Schools, markets, and places of worship became nodes in a web of understanding. Each act recorded and interpreted, clerks transcribed reports with care, maintaining order and continuity, while analysts sought patterns in gestures, words, and habits. Resistance, when it appeared, was catalogued as deviation, a disruption of the expected rhythm, rather than as an expression of human resilience. The SD's interpretations shaped both policy and social expectation, guiding interventions with quiet precision. Daily life continued under this subtle observation, rhythms altered without overt disturbance, compliance enforced through information and anticipation. Agents carried out instructions with measured detachment, aware that each movement, each report, contributed to a larger system of influence. And in that awareness, the operation felt both meticulous and detached, a quiet choreography of control. The work unfolded with an almost hypnotic regularity, a repetition that masked the weight of its purpose. And in this gentle persistence, the SD maintained its reach across occupied minds, unseen but profoundly present. Analysts in central offices interpreted incoming reports with careful scrutiny. Patterns emerged, not in loud declarations but in subtle consistencies, shifts in attendance, frequency of gatherings, or hesitation in communication. Every anomaly became a data point, every deviation a subject of calculation. Clerks filed observations meticulously, creating networks of information that connected villages to cities, families to communities, and gestures to intentions. Orders for social compliance were formulated based on these insights, ensuring that intervention appeared inevitable, precise, and orderly. Agents in the field executed their tasks with quiet attention, noting reactions without judgment, cataloguing life with clinical care. The rhythm of intelligence moved gently through each layer, sustained by habit, procedure, and the careful accumulation of knowledge. And within this rhythm, the SD exerted influence that was both pervasive and invisible, a quiet shaping of thought and action. Communities adjusted unknowingly to the pressures of observation, their daily life subtly guided by files and reports, rather than directives alone. And in that quiet guidance, the war of ideas became a war on human autonomy, conducted in silence and calculation. The psychological divisions of the SD worked with meticulous patience. Patterns of behavior, loyalty, and compliance were monitored with the same care one might observe the growth of a garden. Clerks and agents noted every gesture, hesitation, and word, translating them into categories of order and deviation. Reports from local networks were analyzed for both overt and subtle resistance, guiding actions that shaped communities without immediate visibility. The organization's methods were calm, almost meditative, yet their implications were profound, guiding populations through anticipation and subtle intervention. Analysts created models to predict behavior, using data to forecast reactions to events, orders, or announcements. Field agents observed with patience, noting how humans adapted, conformed, or diverged under pressure. And in this study of life itself, the SD found an almost hypnotic authority, a power derived from knowledge and subtle orchestration rather than overt action. The quiet planning carried a weight that was felt not in sound, but in the rhythm of altered daily life. And in this rhythm, control became an invisible companion, moving gently through occupied minds. Even as routines persisted, the nature of intelligence work in occupied territories carried a subdued tension. Every act of observation was imbued with significance, each report capable of affecting the trajectory of individuals or communities. Clerks, analysts, and field agents moved with precise care, their detachment preserving both clarity and authority. Decisions were guided by patterns rather than impulse, ensuring that interventions were measured, intentional, and almost imperceptible. The population's behaviors were monitored for deviation, fatigue, or resistance, catalogued in endless files that quietly directed action. Each gesture, conversation, or hesitation contributed to an invisible map of control, one that extended beyond the eyes of the public into the very fabric of society. And in that meticulous mapping, the SD exercised influence that was calm, silent, and inexorable. The rhythm of observation became a quiet accompaniment to daily life, shaping behavior in subtle, persistent ways. The organization's presence was felt not as force, but as a gentle, persistent structure guiding compliance. And in this careful orchestration, occupied minds became both subjects and instruments of intelligence. Within offices, the atmosphere was hushed and deliberate. Analysts discussed trends with careful attention, clerks maintained meticulous records, and field agents transmitted observations with unwavering precision. Every report contained layered meaning, a reflection of behavior, reaction, and anticipation. The SD's psychological divisions framed compliance as an extension of insight, guiding intervention in ways that were measured and continuous. Even the smallest actions, from a pause in conversation to an absent gesture, were recorded and interpreted. Agents in the field moved silently, observing communities as if cataloguing the rhythm of life itself. Orders based on these insights were delivered with precision, often unnoticed yet quietly influential. The intelligence network operated with an almost meditative regularity, its work subtle, persistent, and pervasive. And in that regularity, the SD maintained both reach and control, shaping occupied territories in the language of silence. The quiet machinery of observation had become an intimate companion to daily existence. Patterns observed in villages and cities were connected into broader understandings of society. Analysts compared behavior across regions, noting consistencies and deviations that suggested fatigue, loyalty, or defiance. Clerks organized the data into networks that informed interventions, ensuring that actions were guided by insight rather than impulse. Field agents observed subtly, noting both public and private acts, translating life into structured information. Reports guided decision-making in ways that were nearly imperceptible to those affected, shaping compliance through anticipation and understanding. The SD's quiet orchestration was both meticulous and relentless, a rhythm of intelligence sustained by observation, reflection, and repetition. Even in silence, the presence of authority was felt, its influence moving gently through everyday life. And in that presence, human behavior was guided, nudged, and catalogued with calm precision. The organization had become a quiet force, pervasive yet almost invisible, influencing thought as much as action. And in this pervasive presence, the occupied mind became a landscape shaped by data and anticipation. By the close of this chapter, the SD had solidified its role in occupied territories. Intelligence flowed continuously, analysis was methodical, and compliance was guided with quiet authority. Clerks and analysts maintained rhythm. Agents observed with careful attention, and patterns of resistance and adaptation were continually monitored. The work was subtle, calm, and relentless, creating a network of influence that touched life without overt intervention. Orders and interventions were based on observation, prediction, and anticipation, rather than impulse or force. The psychological landscape of occupied populations was mapped with precision, each detail contributing to the larger architecture of control. And in that architecture, the SD found the soft power of knowledge, shaping behavior through insight rather than confrontation. Life continued under this quiet pressure, and the rhythm of observation became a constant, almost hypnotic presence. The machinery of compliance moved smoothly, guided by intelligence, method, and patience. And in this movement, the quiet war on occupied minds persisted, subtle yet inescapable, carrying the weight of both observation and consequence. Within the quiet halls of the SD, a belief had taken root that knowledge itself could be possessed, mapped, and conquered, much like land or city. Officers spoke softly of their duty to uncover truth, yet truth had become a territory to be claimed, defended, and shaped according to principle rather than conscience. Philosophical writings circulated among analysts and clerks, essays on morality, obedience, and the purpose of intelligence, framed as reflections but serving as guides to action. They considered themselves guardians of order, interpreters of hidden currents within society, moral stewards of the Reich's vision. Reports and observations were collected with calm precision, yet they carried the weight of these convictions, blending fact with the interpretation of purpose. Each file, each dossier, became a quiet affirmation of control, a meditation on the ability to know, categorize, and direct. Clerks moved with rhythm, agents observed without interruption, and analysts deliberated on patterns, each act infused with the belief that knowledge itself held virtue. And in this meditation, the line between observation and judgment grew subtle, almost imperceptible, creating a landscape where conscience and duty intertwined delicately. Intelligence was no longer merely a tool. It had become a faith practiced in silence and reflection, and in that practice, the SD's inner conviction carried both precision and quiet weight, shaping thought as much as action. Offices hummed with subdued activity. The soft clatter of typewriters and the shuffle of papers creating a calm cadence. Analysts debated the meaning behind behaviors, gestures, and statements, framing each as part of a larger moral calculus. philosophical discussions filtered down to clerks, who absorbed not only procedure, but the subtle undertone of purpose embedded in every instruction. Field agents carried these ideas into practice, interpreting human actions through the lens of duty and conviction, often without overt instruction. Daily operations became meditative, each repetition of filing, observation, and reporting a reflection of deeper principles. Even small tasks were suffused with intentionality, a quiet reinforcement of the belief that knowledge and morality were intertwined. The network functioned seamlessly, yet beneath its rhythm lay a reflection on the nature of authority, ethics, and obedience. Observations were framed as insight, calculations as moral acts, and the pursuit of information as a silent, sacred duty. And in that quiet, deliberate movement, the SD cultivated an inner faith, practiced not with ceremony, but through diligent work and subtle reflection. The machinery of control had become a ritual, calm and deliberate, yet infused with philosophical weight. The writings of officers spoke often of clarity and insight, portraying intelligence as a pathway to understanding the moral texture of society. They described themselves as guardians, mediators between chaos and order, interpreters of human behavior, whose duty was to foresee, categorize, and guide clerks and analysts, absorbed these reflections, translating abstract ideas into the methodical structure of reports, files, and data points. Agents in the field enacted these principles, observing with patience, measuring, and noting without intrusion or haste. The SD's work became a continuous meditation on control, a rhythm sustained by both routine and reflection, where each observation carried weight beyond its immediate context. Patterns were not only recorded, but interpreted as lessons, each anomaly prompting inquiry, consideration, and quiet judgment. In this atmosphere, intelligence was inseparable from moral reflection, a framework within which officers could understand themselves as stewards rather than executors. And in this quiet pursuit, conscience was neither erased nor openly questioned. It was folded into principle, refined into observation, and expressed in meticulous care. Daily practice became a contemplative act, each file a soft affirmation of purpose and authority. And in that contemplation, the SD shaped itself as much as it shaped the world it studied. Even the language used in offices carried this reflective tone. Reports were written with care, phrases chosen to convey neutrality and precision. Yet every word bore the subtle imprint of belief. Analysts interpreted behavior with a sense of moral purpose, seeking insight into loyalty, order, and the alignment of individuals with an idealized vision. Clerks filed documents not simply as routine, but as part of an ongoing meditation on knowledge, truth, and consequence. Field agents observed calmly, translating patterns into reports that carried philosophical undercurrents of order and guardianship. Actions taken in occupied areas were quiet, measured, and framed as logical extensions of insight, rather than forceful imposition. Even in silence, the SD practiced its faith, a rhythm of observation intertwined with reflection, shaping both understanding and method. The organization functioned as a living testament to its beliefs, operating with precision, patience, and a subtle moral logic. And in that soft practice, intelligence became a mirror of conscience, reflecting not only the world observed but the values of those who observed it. Work continued gently, uninterrupted, carrying the weight of reflection along its rhythm. And in this rhythm, the quiet faith of control persisted, an inner architecture of thought and action. Officers wrote essays, memos, and notes, often contemplating the paradox of knowledge and morality. They questioned the limits of observation, the responsibility of insight, and the nature of obedience in a system that demanded both vigilance and conviction. Analysts and clerks absorbed these reflections, translating abstract musings into the practical work of intelligence. Each report, every dossier, became a small meditation on responsibility, a deliberate act of careful attention. Field agents internalized this guidance, observing with patience and meticulous focus, measuring deviation and conformity with reflective care. Daily operations carried a rhythm that was hypnotic in its consistency, each repetition a reinforcement of principle and reflection. The organization's work was calm, precise, and deeply infused with the belief that knowledge could be wielded as a form of moral authority. And in this quiet dedication, the question of conscience was never absent, but refracted through duty, observation, and principle. Each act of intelligence became a meditation on power, morality, and responsibility. And in these meditative rhythms, the SD sustained its quiet faith in the authority of knowledge. Even as the war pressed forward, the internal philosophy of the SD shaped its daily operations. Decisions were guided by reflection, observation by contemplation, and reporting by the quiet conviction that insight itself was a moral act. Clerks and analysts internalized the ethos, performing their duties with rhythm and attention, aware that their meticulous work carried weight beyond immediate calculation. Agents observed communities and individuals translating gestures and words into data that carried subtle moral inference. Patterns were mapped, anomalies noted, and every repetition of routine reinforced the underlying belief that knowledge equaled authority. Work flowed with a gentle, hypnotic cadence, a rhythm sustained by conviction rather than urgency. Even in silence, the organization exercised its quiet influence, calibrating human behavior through observation and anticipation. And in that influence, the SD transformed ordinary action into an instrument of principle and thought. The rhythm of intelligence, calm and deliberate, became inseparable from the rhythm of reflection itself, and in that inseparability, the faith of control persisted softly, quietly, and unbroken. Within offices, the weight of reflection was nearly tangible. Analysts paused to consider the consequences of insight, clerks considered the integrity of data, and agents measured the subtle effects of observation in the field. The rhythm of intelligence was a meditation, a repetition of thought and action that reinforced principle at every step. Philosophical writings circulated quietly, offering insight, guidance, and reflection rather than commands. Even routine acts carried the imprint of moral contemplation, and the SD's machinery became a conduit for both observation and principle. Reports flowed methodically, patterns emerged through careful calculation, and deviations were examined with reflective patience. Each office, each agent, each document became part of a subtle architecture of thought, a network not only of information, but of ethical meditation. And in that architecture, intelligence retained its calm authority, tempered by reflection and principle. The quiet faith of control moved gently through every layer, shaping understanding as much as action, and in that calm, the SD continued, deliberate, introspective, and quietly unyielding. By the close of this chapter, the SD had cultivated a rhythm that was both mechanical and meditative. Knowledge had become a territory to navigate, control a reflection of principle, and intelligence a quiet instrument of faith. Officers and clerks performed duties with careful attention, agents observed with reflective patience, and the organization's machinery moved with deliberate grace. Each file, each report, each observation became a meditation on order, morality, and authority. The quiet weight of conscience was refracted through the lens of duty, shaping both insight and action. And in this refracted light, the SD existed not as a mere institution of power, but as a contemplative body, seeking clarity and mastery over understanding itself. The rhythm of work, slow, calm, and hypnotic, carried both reflection and consequence in its repetition. Even in silence, the organization practiced its belief, a faith woven through observation, calculation, and principle. And in this quiet, deliberate practice, the SD sustained the calm authority of knowledge, poised to continue shaping both thought and action in the chapters yet to come. As the tides of war shifted against Germany, the SD found itself awash in a quiet storm of conflicting information. Reports arrived in rapid succession, often contradicting one another, yet each was treated with the same meticulous care as before. Clerks filed documents with unwavering precision, yet the sense of order that had once underpinned their work began to falter. Analysts reviewed data with growing unease, noticing gaps, anomalies, and inconsistencies that refused reconciliation. Agents in the field disappeared or failed to transmit, leaving blind spots that widened with every day. The machinery of intelligence continued to operate, but the pulse of confidence that had once sustained it now throbbed with uncertainty. Even habitual routines, so long relied upon to provide rhythm and structure, seemed to echo with doubt. The silence within offices and corridors grew taut, a quiet anxiety that replaced the steady calm of procedure, and in that anxiety the very tools of observation seemed to lose meaning, turning once clear signals into an indistinct murmur. The organization persisted, but the world it sought to measure was dissolving before its eyes. Analysts, once confident in their meticulous calculations, now paused at every report, weighing its credibility against the weight of contradiction. Patterns previously considered stable shifted unpredictably, like sand slipping beneath careful hands. Clerks continued to maintain order in filing, yet each document carried a subtle tension, the weight of information that no longer assured understanding. Agents sent observations with hesitation, aware that circumstances were changing faster than the data could capture. Every anomaly became amplified, every discrepancy magnified, until the clarity that had been the SD's hallmark was blurred. Conversations in offices were quieter, punctuated by uncertainty rather than reflection, as officers searched for meaning in an increasingly fragmented landscape. Orders arrived irregularly, and the rhythm of compliance wavered under the strain of doubt. The organization moved forward with deliberate care, yet each step felt uncertain, as though walking on shifting ground. And in this fragile motion, the SD experienced the subtle erosion of authority, knowledge teetering on the edge of comprehension. The machinery of intelligence had become a vessel adrift, guided by momentum rather than insight. The disappearance of agents weighed heavily on the network. Field operatives who once transmitted precise information now vanished, leaving blind gaps that left analysts grasping at threads of understanding. Reports from occupied regions were delayed or incomplete, contributing to a sense of unease that spread quietly through the offices. Clerks maintained rhythm, yet the mechanical order of files and dossiers no longer conveyed confidence, only fragments of a world slipping beyond reach. Analysts worked late into the evening, eyes scanning contradictions, attempting to reconcile what could not be reconciled. The absence of certainty infiltrated every level, transforming methodical observation into anxious calculation. Even routine tasks carried a subtle tension, as repetition could no longer assure clarity or predictability. The silence of the offices deepened, punctuated by the soft shuffle of papers and the occasional questioning murmur, and in that silence the collapse of control became palpable. felt in every measured step of work that now seemed unmoored. The SD, once a mirror of order, reflected instead the fissures and uncertainty of a world in retreat. Morale among officers began to erode quietly, imperceptibly at first. Then, with subtle insistence, analysts questioned the validity of data, agents hesitated to act, and clerks sensed a shift in purpose. The rhythm that had sustained the organization was replaced by cautious observation, where every decision carried weight disproportionate to understanding. Reports of resistance and shifting loyalties complicated calculations, leaving the network tangled in its own observations. The office spaces, once calm and deliberate, now resonated with quiet apprehension, as if every action was measured against the possibility of failure. Conversations grew tentative, reflections more cautious, and the undercurrent of tension became a constant companion to work. Even the mechanical processes of filing, sorting, and cataloging felt heavier, burdened by uncertainty and the loss of confidence. Agents moved through territories with measured observation, aware that missing pieces might undermine even the most careful surveillance. And in this careful vigilance, the SD became a study in suspended confidence, holding its rhythm while the foundation of certainty crumbled beneath it. The organization persisted, steady yet fragile, in the quiet weight of diminishing control. Contradictory reports amplified the sense of dissolution. Analysts compared incoming data with prior patterns, only to find inconsistencies that refused neat explanation. Clerks continued to preserve order in filing, yet the meaning behind the documents seemed to fragment with each contradiction. Field agents struggled to reconcile instructions with shifting realities, their observations arriving like fragments of a puzzle that no longer fit. Every anomaly drew attention. Every missing piece became magnified, and the machinery of intelligence moved more slowly, cautiously, and deliberately. The quiet of offices carried a tension that was both oppressive and hypnotic, a calm stretched taut by uncertainty. Decisions that once flowed naturally now required prolonged reflection, sometimes hesitant deferral, as the network strained under the weight of doubt. The absence of certainty transformed observation into anxiety, turning methodical practice into an uneasy meditation on incompleteness. And in this anxious rhythm, the SD persisted, functioning yet suspended, like a clock keeping time in a room slowly losing gravity. Knowledge, once a guiding light, had become an echo, fading into the quiet tension of collapse. Even the most disciplined officers experienced the subtle erosion of confidence. Analysts, long accustomed to interpreting the human landscape, found themselves questioning their own assumptions. Clerks, careful in maintaining continuity, noticed gaps that defied neat resolution. Field agents hesitated, aware that the world they monitored was moving faster than their reports could capture. The rhythm of work, previously soothing and hypnotic, now carried the soft weight of doubt, each action tinged with uncertainty. Every file, every observation, every report contributed to a network that continued to function, but lacked the assurance that had once defined it. The offices themselves seemed quieter, occupied by careful contemplation rather than calm efficiency. And in this quiet, the collapse of certainty was not marked by dramatic events, but by the slow, persistent unraveling of confidence. The SD continued its work, but the meaning of knowledge had softened into ambiguity. And in that softening, the organization felt both fragile and inevitable, drifting through the quiet turbulence of its own making. Patterns once considered reliable no longer held firm. Analysts, combing through the stream of reports, detected inconsistencies that could not be reconciled. Clerks filed documents with unwavering care, yet the structure they maintained no longer guaranteed understanding. Agents' observations became sporadic, fragmented, and sometimes contradictory, creating gaps that unsettled even the most meticulous review. The rhythm of intelligence persisted, mechanical and deliberate, yet it carried the soft tremor of doubt in every beat. Quiet discussions in offices revolved around anomalies and missing pieces, a soft murmur of anxiety that contrasted with the formerly hypnotic calm. The machinery of knowledge had become a fragile instrument, functioning yet uncertain, producing echoes where certainty had once prevailed. And in that subtle tension, the SD navigated a world that resisted observation, defied pattern, and dissolved expectation. The organization continued its work, a slow, deliberate movement through ambiguity. And in that deliberation, certainty had quietly slipped away, leaving only measured observation and the gentle hum of uncertainty. By the close of this chapter, the SD had entered a state of subdued fragility. Reports contradicted, agents vanished, and the once assured rhythm of observation wavered under the soft pressure of uncertainty. Clerks, analysts, and field agents persisted in their duties, yet each act carried the weight of ambiguity, every conclusion tinged with doubt. The machinery of intelligence functioned mechanically, but its meaning had begun to dissolve, leaving only fragments of insight and reflection. Silence within offices stretched taut, a quiet tension that underpinned every action, every report, every observation. Analysts realized that the networks they had constructed to understand and control had become fragile, reflecting not clarity but confusion. Fieldwork continued with careful attention, yet the rhythm of certainty had faltered, replaced by hesitant observation. And in this quiet unraveling, the SD faced the profound weight of knowledge without comprehension, the subtle tragedy of insight untethered from authority. Work persisted, calm yet fragile, each day an echo of understanding slowly slipping away, and in that echo the chapter closed, leaving the organization suspended in the soft tension of a world no longer fully knowable. By the winter of 1944, the SD's offices, once bustling with methodical purpose, had begun to quiet in an unsettling stillness. Reports arrived from cities scarred by conflict, messages cataloguing loyalty, behavior, and compliance, even as infrastructure crumbled around them. Clerks continued their work with disciplined calm, filing and cross-referencing observations, though the significance of their data now seemed tenuous. Analysts studied incoming intelligence with the same precision as before, yet contradictions multiplied and gaps widened, creating a subtle sense of disorientation. Field agents transmitted final updates from occupied territories, their words careful and measured, a testament to order amidst decay. Every report carried echoes of a world that no longer resembled the one imagined in earlier files, yet the work proceeded with tranquil persistence. The rhythm of writing, filing, and interpreting continued slow and deliberate, as if maintaining habit could preserve meaning. Silence pervaded the offices, punctuated only by the soft rustle of papers and the occasional whisper of reflection, and in that silence, the SD's procedures became almost ceremonial, a meditation on persistence in a collapsing world. The organization endured quiet and methodical, even as certainty and control faded with each day. Analysts reviewed loyalty reports with careful attention, noting fluctuations in behavior, attendance, and communication patterns across devastated cities. Every minor shift was catalogued with precision, yet the landscape these documents described was one of disruption and loss. Clerks transcribed observations with steady hands, their work meticulous but increasingly detached from the reality outside the office walls. Field agents reported from towns half empty, streets quiet where people once gathered, and homes abandoned in haste. Each report attempted to impose clarity on chaos, a final assertion of order even as structures crumbled. The rhythm of documentation, once comforting in its repetition, now carried a muted tension, a soft pulse of anxiety beneath habitual calm. Officers paused to reconcile conflicting reports, knowing that certainty was slipping beyond reach, yet continuing the process with unwavering discipline. And in these pauses, the emptiness of the network became perceptible, as if each document was a small monument to fading authority. The work continued, measured and deliberate, preserving habit even as meaning eroded. And in this deliberate continuation, the SD's final report spoke more of persistence than of purpose, quietly marking the passage of a world in decline. Despite the devastation surrounding them, clerks and analysts maintained an almost hypnotic attention to detail. Files were organized, cross-referenced, and categorized with the same care applied in earlier years, even when the subject matter had lost relevance. Field agents' communications arrived sporadically, their observations calm in tone, but tinged with uncertainty, reflecting the dissonance between routine and reality. Reports described compliance, loyalty, and deviation with exactitude, yet the cities themselves were silent, streets empty, and institutions fractured. Each entry carried a quiet tension, an echo of what was expected versus what remained. Analysts debated discrepancies with subdued reflection, knowing that their conclusions were built upon incomplete and often contradictory data. The offices hummed softly with activity, clerks shuffling papers, analysts murmuring interpretations, yet the vibrancy of purpose had dimmed. And in this soft hum, the SD appeared as an organization devoted to order, but increasingly isolated from the truth it sought to measure. The rhythm of work was maintained, even as the meaning behind it dissolved into quiet repetition. And in this repetition, the final reports became a meditation on endurance rather than understanding, a calm observance of a world falling apart. Messages from field agents conveyed both careful observation and subtle desperation. Cities once vibrant were now described in terms of absence: empty streets, quiet squares, and shuttered homes. The SD's reporting remained meticulous, cataloguing behavior and loyalty with an almost ceremonial dedication, though the structures that gave context to these observations had collapsed. Clerks filed documents with steady hands, their rhythm unchanged, even as the reality of decay pressed against every page. Analysts struggled to reconcile reports that conflicted with each other, tracing patterns that no longer held firm. The offices were still, yet the silence carried the weight of uncertainty, a hushed tension beneath methodical work. Every report felt simultaneously necessary and futile, a final testament to a practice that had lost its grounding. And in that sense of quiet futility, the SD persisted, maintaining habit, even as relevance slipped quietly away. The machinery of intelligence, calm and deliberate, had become a slow, ritualized reflection of a crumbling world. And in that reflection, the final report spoke softly of persistence, order, and an endurance untethered from certainty. The rhythm of documentation, once a source of assurance, now conveyed a subtle melancholy. Each file, meticulously organized, contained traces of a reality that was shifting too quickly to capture. Analysts and clerks continued their work with a measured calm, aware that the world outside had grown chaotic and unpredictable. Field agents reported from fractured cities, their words maintaining precision, even as observation grew increasingly challenging. Reports catalogued loyalty, behavior, and patterns of daily life. Yet the context had dissolved into fragmentation and absence. Offices hummed quietly with effort, papers shuffled, notes exchanged in subdued tones, and each act of filing became both habitual and contemplative. The persistence of routine offered a gentle anchor, a meditation on order in a landscape where control had begun to vanish. And in that gentle anchor, the SD's work became almost ethereal, a calm continuation of practice amidst impermanence. Each report, each filing, each calculation reflected a devotion to procedure that outlasted the reality it attempted to measure. And in this devotion, the final reports carried a quiet beauty, a hypnotic endurance in the face of inevitable dissolution. Even as the Reich's infrastructure faltered, the SD's offices maintained their delicate rhythm. Clerks and analysts continued filing, cross-referencing, and interpreting with a calm persistence that echoed past years. Field agents' observations, transmitted slowly and cautiously, described empty streets, silent markets, and the soft absence of human activity. Reports catalogued compliance, deviation, and loyalty, with the same disciplined precision applied in earlier, more orderly times. The network of intelligence operated as a ritual, its repetition a quiet meditation on endurance rather than discovery. Conflicting information was examined gently, without panic, analysts weighing contradictions with careful deliberation. Silence in offices and corridors held the weight of both effort and futility, a stillness infused with subtle tension. And in that stillness the organization functioned with calm resolve, maintaining habit while the meaning behind each act faded. The final reports became a slow, contemplative chorus of persistence, a quiet assertion of order amidst the ruins. And in that chorus the SD's presence lingered softly, like a fading echo of methodical purpose. Patterns were recorded, discrepancies noted, and communications filed, all with deliberate attention. Though the world they described had changed irreversibly, analysts traced shifting behaviors, clerks maintained meticulous files, and field agents continued their observations. Despite obstacles, cities and towns, scarred by the war's relentless advance, were reduced to skeletal outlines of their former life, yet the reports captured them with calm, reflective precision. Each observation became both a statement of record and a meditation on the limits of intelligence, the quiet impossibility of capturing reality in totality. The offices were hushed, the work almost meditative, with every movement measured, deliberate and hypnotic. Even as the context collapsed, the SD maintained rhythm, a quiet testament to dedication, habit, and procedural calm. Reports chronicled loyalty, absence, and behavior, creating a tapestry of insight that was as fragile as it was detailed. And in this tapestry, the machinery of intelligence appeared both graceful and tenuous, moving gently through the remnants of a world in decline. Each report, each filing, each reflection was a soft whisper of persistence. And in that whisper, the final phase of the SD's work carried a delicate hypnotic presence, calm amidst the falling certainty. By the end of this chapter, the SD's final communications had become a ritual of quiet endurance. Reports arrived from shattered cities, clerks and analysts preserved order, and field agents transmitted careful observations amidst fractured landscapes. The machinery of intelligence, once precise and confident, now functioned in a soft rhythm of reflection and persistence, documenting loyalty and behavior even as the Reich itself faltered. Offices were emptying, yet the work continued, deliberate and meditative. maintaining habit in the face of dissolution. Each report captured fragments of life, order, and observation, a final testament to the organization's devotion to procedure. Silence in corridors and offices was filled with subtle tension, a hushed meditation on the fragility of understanding. The final reports, meticulously composed, became both a record and a ritual, preserving the SD's calm authority even as meaning faded. And in this gentle continuation, the chapter closes with a haunting serenity, a quiet reflection on persistence, observation, and the stillness that follows. The rhythm of the SD endured softly, carrying the weight of habit and reflection into the next chapter of dissolution. And in that rhythm, the story moves forward, calm yet inexorably towards closure. In the final months of the war, the SD's carefully constructed network began to dissolve like morning mist over a quiet river. Officers who once moved with quiet precision now drifted in different directions, some fleeing towns and cities that no longer offered safety. Others lingered, meticulously destroying files, burning documents with soft, deliberate care, as if erasing the past could preserve something essential. Some simply vanished, their absence noted only in the hushed murmurs of remaining clerks and analysts. The rhythm of work slowed, footsteps echoing lightly through empty corridors where once there had been purpose and procedure. Reports became sparse, communications fragmented, and the pulse of intelligence, once steady and hypnotic, now faltered. The remaining personnel moved cautiously, their calm movements carrying a faint tension, as though even silence might betray them. And in this soft disintegration, the organization itself seemed dreamlike, an empire dissolving quietly into shadows and memory. Each empty office, abandoned chair, and half-completed report whispered of a vanished authority. And in that whisper, the SD's presence lingered gently, a fading echo of meticulous order. The act of fleeing was measured, not frantic. Officers gathered essential items, left belongings behind, and walked through streets hollowed by destruction, absorbing the emptiness with quiet reflection. Those who remained often carried a different weight. The deliberate erasure of records, the methodical reduction of evidence, the careful removal of traces that might speak after they were gone. Clerks and analysts continued their work slowly, filing the remnants of reports and cataloguing what little information persisted. Each act was subdued, deliberate, and dreamlike, as if the world had shifted into a slower rhythm where time itself seemed to stretch. Observations from the field grew scarce, agents reporting only fragments of what remained in disrupted cities. Every note carried a soft tension, the faint anxiety of a system, knowing it could no longer sustain itself. And yet the movements of the remaining SD personnel retained an almost hypnotic precision, a vestige of the order that had long defined them. The network of intelligence continued in a reduced, fragile form, sustained by habit more than purpose. And in that habit, the unraveling persisted quietly, like threads pulled gently from an ancient tapestry. Destruction of evidence became a ritual of calm finality. Officers and clerks set aside personal hesitation, attending to files and records with deliberate care, shredding, burning, and folding each document with a soft precision. In quiet offices, smoke drifted gently from incinerators, carrying with it decades of collected knowledge that had once been considered vital. Field agents ceased reporting with the same urgency, instead sending fragments, small observations, and quiet reflections that spoke more of endurance than intelligence. Analysts worked with these fragments, attempting to preserve meaning, even as the coherence of the system dissolved. Corridors that had once resonated with whispered discussions and quiet purpose now held only the soft echo of shuffling footsteps. The air itself felt lighter, the oppressive weight of observation lifting slowly as the network diminished. And in this gentle lifting, there was a strange clarity. The invisible empire of the SD was ending not with spectacle, but in soft, deliberate motion. Each extinguished flame of information seemed to clear the air, leaving the rooms quieter, emptier, and almost serene. And in that serenity, the first hint of release passed over the remnants of order. Some officers lingered out of habit, moving through empty offices as if performing a final meditation. Files were sorted, reports reconciled, and documents catalogued, the rhythm of work continuing with hypnotic regularity, despite the absence of external direction. Others had vanished entirely, leaving desks cold and chairs vacant, the weight of their presence replaced by the stillness of the empty rooms. Field reports grew intermittent, arriving as brief fragments of observation from cities and towns that had become shells of themselves. The remaining analysts pored over these pieces with careful, slow attention, aware that their work might be meaningless in the larger collapse. Yet each act of filing, each note taken, each observation transcribed, carried a quiet dignity, a reflection of the discipline that had long defined the SD. Silence in offices and corridors grew deeper, not oppressive but dreamlike, carrying the soft tension of an organization, dissolving gently. Even the act of breathing seemed part of the rhythm, a muted accompaniment to the final cadence of meticulous work. And in this final cadence, the SD moved slowly toward absence, a network retreating quietly from the world it had sought to measure. The empire of shadows dwindled with calm inevitability, leaving only traces of its meticulous presence. The unraveling was not abrupt but measured, almost hypnotic. Officers who had once moved with confidence now wandered through empty spaces, examining documents, reconciling records, and quietly noting what remained. The machinery of intelligence, once expansive and intricate, had slowed to a deliberate rhythm of minimal function. Reports became simpler, communications shorter, and observations fragmented, like a melody fading into soft echoes. Even clerks trained to maintain continuity could only preserve fragments of data, filing and cross-referencing in gentle, repetitive motions. Field agents acted with caution, reporting what little they could observe while avoiding unnecessary risk. Analysts pondered patterns that no longer held, seeking understanding in fragments that refused coherence. And in the quiet rhythm of these final months, the SD's operations resembled a soft meditation on persistence rather than action. Each act, small and precise, reflected a fading authority moving toward absence. And in that soft persistence, the empire of shadows drew its last quiet breaths. Offices became almost sacred in their emptiness. The desks stood vacant, the papers scattered or burned, the air carrying a subtle scent of smoke and dust. Clerks moved softly among the remains, completing final cataloguing with deliberate slowness. Analysts reflected on the fragments that remained, drawing meaning from data that no longer commanded clarity. Field agents' reports arrived like whispers, brief and subdued, capturing glimpses of places hollowed by war. The soft footsteps, quiet murmurs, and deliberate filing created a rhythm that was hypnotic in its consistency, even as the structure it supported disappeared. Each report, each filing, each observation felt like a small act of meditation, a quiet insistence that order could persist, even fleetingly, in the face of collapse. And in the stillness of offices emptied of presence and urgency, the SD seemed less an organization than a quiet echo of itself. The disintegration was gentle, measured, and strangely calm, the end of an empire unfolding like a dream. And in that dreamlike dissolution, the air cleared slowly, carrying a delicate release of years of quiet suffocation. Agents who remained in the field moved cautiously, observing what little could be observed. Towns were empty, structures damaged, and human activity sparse, yet they continued to transmit fragments, small windows into a world unraveling. Analysts processed these transmissions with calm focus, translating partial observations into reports, cataloguing fragments of behavior and loyalty, as if maintaining the rhythm of intelligence could tether reality. Clerks maintained order in filing, arranging fragments into structures that no longer held full meaning. Silence pervaded the network, thick yet soft, a quiet companion to meticulous, reflective work. Officers reflected on the absence of authority, the diminishing control, and the gentle evaporation of certainty that had long defined the SD. Even in the face of dissolution, the movement of the organization was deliberate. Each action measured, each task performed with hypnotic care, and in that slow, deliberate movement, the final echoes of authority lingered, soft and transient. The unraveling continued quietly, the empire shrinking gently into memory and shadow, and in this soft retreat, the SD faded, leaving only traces of meticulous calm behind. The final days were marked by an almost sacred quiet. Officers departed, offices emptied, and the rhythm of daily work slowed to a soft, hypnotic cadence. Reports, observations, and fragments of intelligence persisted only as delicate echoes, their meaning fragile, incomplete, yet carefully preserved. Clerks and analysts moved slowly, tending to the remaining files, their actions deliberate and unhurried, as if honoring a ritual of continuity. Field agents reported sparsely, noting patterns and behavior that reflected the emptiness of towns and the absence of a functioning world. Silence stretched through corridors, soft yet heavy, with the accumulated weight of years of meticulous observation. Even as the network contracted, the movements within offices carried a dreamlike precision, each act an homage to order in retreat. The machinery of intelligence had become ritual rather than strategy, its rhythm hypnotic and calm, and in that final gentle motion, the SD's presence lingered as an echo, a soft testament to persistence, reflection, and meticulous care. The empire of shadows had unraveled, leaving the air light, quiet and subtly cleared of the weight it had long carried. After the guns fell silent and the cities lay in quiet ruin, the surviving officers of the SD faced a new and unfamiliar world. They were summoned not to strategy rooms or archives, but to halls filled with somber voices and the slow rhythm of deliberation. The post-war tribunals attempted to impose meaning on years of observation, calculation, and quiet obedience. Officers struggled to describe their work in words that could bear moral weight, a task both necessary and strangely impossible. Files once instruments of power became evidence of absence, the traces of countless lives reduced to lists and reports. In the stillness of testimony, each sentence carried the weight of reflection, the officers' voices soft yet deliberate, attempting to reconcile habit with accountability. Analysts recounted procedures, clerks described filing and sorting, agents reported methods, all striving to articulate a framework of action that had seemed natural at the time. Silence filled the gaps between words, the spaces where comprehension faltered, and meaning hovered tentatively above each utterance. The tribunal moved forward slowly, weighing fragments of evidence against the weight of human experience, and in that slow deliberation, the quiet language of bureaucracy met the profound difficulty of moral reckoning. The challenge of prosecuting observation itself became apparent in every session. How does one ascribe responsibility to the act of recording, cataloguing, and analyzing when intention and consequence are separated by a haze of procedure. Witnesses spoke in calm, measured tones, describing routines performed with precision and care, unaware of the consequences that would later unfold. Each description was meticulous, hypnotic in its repetition, a mirror of the years spent in offices and archives. Judges and prosecutors listened, piecing together fragments, searching for patterns of intent amid layers of habit and data. The officer's words often seemed dreamlike, floating between description and reflection, leaving echoes of a system that had functioned smoothly even as its moral center eroded. The tribunal attempted to translate this quiet bureaucracy into legal terms, yet the silence between actions spoke more eloquently than any formal definition. Questions of accountability hung softly in the air, like a gentle fog refusing to settle. And in that fog, the SD's careful precision was revealed not as power alone, but as a quiet, pervasive obedience to process. The work of intelligence, once measured and hypnotic, now carried the soft weight of moral inquiry. Files were examined slowly, their contents catalogued and read aloud with care. Each report, each observation, each note of behavior was scrutinized, not for strategy, but for the ethical patterns it might reveal. Officers described the organization in terms of method, rhythm, and procedure, soft voices tracing decades of habit in quiet tones. The tribunal asked questions about intention, and the answers often hovered between honesty and uncertainty, reflecting the distance between action and comprehension. Clerks who had spent years preserving order now watched as the very documents they maintained became instruments of moral judgment. The act of recording behavior, once neutral and orderly, became a point of reflection, a meditation on the consequences of observation, untethered from conscience. Silence, long companion to methodical work, became a weight in the courtroom, a presence that could not be ignored. And in the careful articulation of processes, the officers confronted the delicate boundary between knowledge and responsibility. The echo of their words lingered softly, a gentle resonance of order meeting the limits of morality. And in that resonance, the tribunal's work unfolded slowly, contemplative and introspective, a search for meaning in the shadow of meticulous observation. The SD's surviving analysts struggled with language, seeking words adequate to describe their years of data collection. They spoke of reports, charts, and classifications, each term precise yet insufficient, carrying the quiet tension of inadequacy. Witnesses traced patterns of loyalty, attendance, and compliance, revealing a devotion to procedure that seemed almost ceremonial in its persistence. Judges listened with measured attention, aware that these descriptions were attempts to articulate habit in the language of morality. The officers' voices remained calm, hypnotic, recounting practices that had once been daily routine, now transformed into a testimony of reflection. Silence often followed their statements, the courtroom steeped in quiet contemplation, each participant aware of the dissonance between method and consequence. Files and reports, once instruments of quiet power, now functioned as mirrors reflecting the limitations of human understanding. And in these reflective pauses, the tribunal searched for meaning, tracing the contours of responsibility across years of careful observation. The process was slow, deliberate, almost ritualistic, echoing the rhythm of the organization it examined. And in that rhythm, the SD's legacy became less a matter of strategy than a meditation on conscience, silence, and reflection. Witnesses described the hierarchy of observation, the channels through which information flowed, and the rituals of reporting that had governed the SD for decades. Each step, each procedure, was recounted in soft hypnotic cadence, the repetition echoing the rhythm of offices and corridors now gone. Analysts spoke of pattern recognition, data collection, and predictive methods, their voices steady despite the weight of hindsight. The tribunal absorbed these accounts with careful attention, aware that the moral clarity of past actions was obscured by habit and routine. Clerks' testimonies of precise filing, indexing, and cross-referencing revealed a devotion to order that now carried the burden of accountability. The officer's words floated between description and reflection, soft and deliberate, illuminating the quiet architecture of a system that had functioned without visible conscience. Silence pervaded the courtroom, punctuating testimony, allowing each detail to resonate and echo in the minds of those listening. And in this echo, the weight of observation without judgment became palpable, a subtle tension threading through the testimony. Each report, each recollection became a meditation on action, morality, and the limits of understanding, and in that meditation, the SD's quiet power was revealed as both methodical and morally fragile, leaving the tribunal to navigate a landscape of echoes rather than certainties. Questions of responsibility and intent created a slow, reflective tension. How much could an officer know? And how much could habit and procedure absolve? The SD's surviving members spoke gently, their words careful, almost hypnotic in their repetition, acknowledging tasks while deferring moral judgment. Observations and classifications were described as neutral acts at the time, a reflection of dedication to organization rather than awareness of consequence. Clerks and analysts traced their daily routines with precision, revealing an entire network functioning with calm efficiency, now illuminated under the soft light of reflection. Silence accompanied these accounts, each pause weighted with contemplation, a quiet examination of the spaces between knowledge and action. Files, memoranda, and loyalty reports were examined in detail, their careful cataloguing reflecting decades of measured work. And in this examination, the limits of moral language became clear. How can one prosecute silence, bureaucracy, and observation? The tribunal's task unfolded slowly, each moment a reflection on the fragility of accountability, and in that unfolding, the quiet rhythms of the SD lingered as a study of obedience and the difficulty of judgment. Even as officers attempted to explain their methods, gaps emerged not from deceit, but from the impossibility of translating procedure into morality. Observations once thought precise became ambiguous when viewed through the lens of consequence. The officers' voices, calm and methodical, carried the gentle weight of introspection, revealing an inner struggle to reconcile habit with responsibility. Each report, once neutral and orderly, now resonated as a subtle moral question, challenging the tribunal and the observers alike. Analysts traced networks, loyalties, and behaviors, reflecting on the small, deliberate actions that together had shaped a quiet architecture of control. Clerks spoke softly of files and catalogues, their work suddenly infused with significance that had previously been abstract. Silence hovered over each recounting, allowing reflection to deepen, offering space for comprehension and uncertainty. And in that silence, the tribunal witnessed a struggle not just with actions, but with language itself, the attempt to describe years of obedience in human terms. Each testimony became a meditation, a careful negotiation between past habit and present reflection. And in that meditation, the reckoning unfolded slowly, echoing the quiet weight of conscience, searching for understanding. By the close of these hearings, the room held a gentle, lingering quiet. Officers had described routines, procedures, and the soft rhythms of intelligence work with hypnotic clarity. Judges and observers absorbed fragments, reflections, and echoes, aware that no language could fully capture the moral complexity of years spent cataloguing human lives. Each silence between words carried weight, an unspoken acknowledgement of limitations, doubt, and contemplation. Files, once instruments of method, now became symbols of reflection. Order transformed into inquiry. Analysts' voices, measured and calm, traced the contours of networks that had operated with precision yet lacked visible conscience. The room held a soft tension, a reflective echo of years of careful observation and quiet obedience. And in that echo, the story of the SD's surviving officers was less about strategy and more about introspection, a search for moral language in a world defined by data. The reckoning of silence continued, subtle, hypnotic, and profoundly still. And in that stillness the chapter closes, carrying the story gently toward reflection, memory, and the eventual quiet of history. Decades after the war, quiet rooms in universities and national archives began to hum with the slow rhythm of discovery. Researchers moved carefully among shelves laden with boxes and files, the soft rustle of paper punctuating the silence. Documents once intended to measure, control, and observe now spoke in hushed tones of history and reflection. Each folder opened revealed a fragment of a world once meticulously catalogued, a world that had existed in shadows and order. Analysts' handwritten notes, memoranda, and typed reports carried the residue of deliberate attention, as if the act of recording had left an imprint on the paper itself. Scholars traced patterns of thought, lines connecting observations, and glimpsed the quiet architecture of a vast intelligence system. The room smelled faintly of aged paper and ink, a scent that seemed to hold memory itself. And in this scent, the presence of the SD lingered softly, a ghost of order and obsession folded into stacks of files. Each discovery carried a gentle fascination, tempered by the awareness of consequences hidden behind the neat rows of data. And so the archive spoke quietly, guiding researchers to reflection without urgency, to contemplation without judgment. Files revealed the SD's methods with hypnotic clarity, each document a precise artifact of human observation. Reports catalogued loyalty, social behavior, and attitudes, the language clinical, yet subtly telling. Researchers noted the same care that had defined the intelligence service, the rhythm of data collection, the careful indexing, the repetitive yet precise routines that had governed officers' lives. Letters, sometimes intercepted, sometimes copied, reflected ordinary citizens observed in extraordinary circumstances. Each note, each index card, each report carried the echo of quiet dedication, a devotion to method that seemed almost ritualistic in retrospect. Scholars traced these traces with meticulous attention, feeling the rhythm of an organization long vanished yet preserved in ink and paper. The quiet movement of pages, the slow unfolding of reports, mirrored the patience and calm that had characterized the SD's own work. And as the decades wore on, the archive's whisper grew steadier, a subtle reminder that observation leaves enduring marks, even when its purpose is gone. Each document was a portal, a link between history and memory, between method and reflection, and in these portals the past remained accessible, quietly alive in its silent, orderly form. Among the stacks, researchers sometimes paused, sensing the human echoes within the bureaucracy. The lists of individuals carefully noted behaviors and observations of everyday life reflected a meticulous yet detached attention. Officers had catalogued existence in its most ordinary moments, and now scholars reconstructed it, slowly, with calm curiosity. The papers bore no loud accusation. They held instead the quiet weight of a system that had turned knowledge into authority. Ink faded, paper yellowed, Yet the rhythm of precision persisted, a testament to the SD's discipline. Each file became an object of meditation, revealing both the capability and the quiet danger of intelligence detached from conscience. Scholars traced subtle patterns, noting repetitions and anomalies, absorbing the organization's logic while maintaining their reflective distance. The air in these rooms felt still and patient, carrying the soft tension between fascination and sorrow. And in this patient stillness, the intelligence of a nation revealed itself as a delicate, haunting artifact. The SD's presence lingered, not as action, but as layered memory etched into archives. The process of uncovering these documents was slow, deliberate, almost ritualistic. Researchers moved carefully, mindful of the fragility of pages and the gravity of their content. Each report opened new avenues of thought, soft whispers of historical insight that had lain dormant for decades. Observations once made in secret now traveled across time, reaching minds in calm, hushed tones. The tone of study was reflective, almost hypnotic, with each note offering both detail and restraint. Scholars encountered lists of citizens' memos and behavioral studies, each a fragment of a network that had once seemed impenetrable. The human effort behind these records was visible, the rhythm of writing, cataloging, and compiling echoing softly across time. And as they worked, researchers became aware of the paradox. Meticulous intelligence had preserved itself even as the system it served collapsed. Each document carried the dual weight of knowledge and consequence, inviting contemplation without urgency. And in this contemplation, the archives opened a space where reflection and memory coexisted in quiet, gentle balance. The SD's ghost lived in the meticulous repetition of records and reports. Index cards noted with precision, correspondence transcribed carefully, and memoranda catalogued in calm order created a persistent rhythm across decades. Researchers, aware of the distance in both time and ethics, moved slowly through these remnants, tracing lines of thought and method. The quiet of archival rooms contrasted with the intensity once carried by the officers who had produced these files, producing a hypnotic resonance. Each observation was layered with intent, yet filtered through years of habit and procedure, leaving a soft imprint of authority. Scholars felt the weight of that imprint, a reflection of intelligence detached from moral compass, existing only in its meticulous form. The act of reading became almost meditative, a slow tracing of patterns, repetitions, and occasional anomalies. And in these patterns, the SD's operational pulse could be discerned, not as action but as enduring presence. Pages turned gently, thoughts traced softly, and the quiet rhythm of past work guided reflection. And in that rhythm, fascination intertwined with sorrow, as knowledge once wielded for control, was transformed into objects of study and reflection. Researchers sometimes lingered over single reports, sensing the depth of meticulous care that had once governed them. Lists of social interactions, notes on loyalty, and the smallest details of human behavior created a dense, quiet architecture of observation. Every line revealed a balance between precision and detachment, a devotion to method that was almost hypnotic in its consistency. Scholars absorbed these traces slowly, the air carrying a subtle tension of curiosity and gentle grief. The SD's past logic unfolded softly in the documents, showing intelligence applied with discipline, yet without conscience. Notes were catalogued in careful, almost reverent detail, preserving patterns that were invisible in life, but persistent in the archive. Researchers reflected on the paradox. A nation's observation, extended into minutiae, preserved in calm order, could speak across decades without commentary or moral judgment. And in that reflection, the quiet power of organization became evident, as well as its haunting limitations. Files, memoranda, and reports held the presence of the SD as both methodical system and lingering ghost. And in that presence fascination and sorrow existed side by side, held in the soft hypnotic rhythm of archival study. Through decades, these archives revealed the continuity of method and obsession. Scholars encountered the same careful cataloguing that officers had performed, the repetition and detail extending across regions and subjects. Each document spoke of a world measured and observed, a world in which information itself had become the instrument of authority. The room filled with quiet reflection, each turning page a gentle meditation on procedure and consequence. Researchers noted the human effort behind the intelligence, the disciplined repetition of daily work, and the small gestures of attention that accumulated into a vast record. The rhythm of this work carried them forward, hypnotic in its precision, yet tempered by the soft weight of moral awareness. And in this measured study, fascination deepened without urgency, curiosity balanced by sorrow. Reports revealed themselves slowly, each fragment of intelligence an echo of a long-vanished structure of thought and discipline. The SD's presence persisted in paper and ink, an enduring testament to both meticulous order and the soft shadow of consequence. And in that echo, the archives opened a space where quiet reflection could persist across time. Finally, the slow unfolding of documents revealed the profound intimacy of observation. Officers had catalogued lives with calm attention, noting ordinary gestures, routines, and behaviors, creating a persistent yet unobtrusive record. Scholars absorbed these fragments with gentle fascination, tracing patterns, repetitions, and anomalies, feeling the quiet rhythm of a vanished empire. The intelligence of a nation, once turned inward to control and measure, now rested softly in archives, open to interpretation and reflection. The turning of pages carried a soothing cadence, hypnotic in its consistency, each line a small echo of methodical care. The presence of the SD, long vanished from active practice, persisted in quiet form, a reminder of discipline and detachment. And in this persistence, scholars sensed both the fascination of meticulous work and the sorrow of consequences unseen yet deeply felt. Each file, each note, and each index card became a portal to understanding, revealing a network of observation that had once seemed absolute. And in that gentle revelation, the past breathed softly, present only in quiet, measured reflection. The archives opened fully, and in their calm, hypnotic presence, the story of the SD lingered delicately, inviting contemplation without urgency, guiding the listener forward to the echoes of history yet to come. In the quiet spaces of modern study, the SD's presence lingers as a subtle reminder of observation without conscience. Scholars, journalists, and students pore over historical documents, reflecting on patterns that feel both distant and eerily familiar. Methods once used to measure loyalty, compliance, and belief now evoke questions about surveillance in our own time. The act of cataloguing human behavior, once thought purely administrative, prompts meditation on the ways information can shape perception. Researchers note the meticulous care with which ordinary lives were recorded, the gentle rhythm of habit and routine preserved in ink and paper. Each observation, once meant to control, now serves as a mirror held up to contemporary society, reflecting our own structures of conformity and attention. The quiet resonance of history seeps into the present, a soft echo of patterns repeated under different names and circumstances. and in that resonance one senses both fascination and caution, the beauty of method entwined with the fragility of conscience. The archive, once a tool of authority, now invites reflection and intimate dialogue across time. And in this dialogue, the past murmurs softly, guiding thought toward contemplation rather than judgment. The careful ordering of reports and observations once demanded precision, yet it also fostered detachment. The SD measured society in minutiae, yet the meaning behind the measures could be lost, obscured by routine and repetition. Modern readers trace these steps slowly, noting how surveillance can feel benign or even necessary until it accumulates unseen consequences. Patterns emerge across decades, the normalization of observation, the quiet shaping of behavior, the invisible hand of expectation. The rhythm of filing, reporting, and analyzing is hypnotic, a reminder of the power inherent in repeated acts. Scholars reflect on how contemporary systems, digital, social, administrative, mirror this pattern in subtle ways. Observation, when detached from reflection or morality, becomes a quiet force that shapes thought and action without explicit direction. The lesson is not accusatory, but contemplative, an invitation to measure our own proximity to the echoes of control. And in these measured reflections, the soft weight of history presses gently against awareness. The past and present intertwine, revealing how attention, order, and obedience can drift seamlessly from study into influence. Even as years pass, the SD's influence persists as a conceptual touchstone. Patterns once confined to offices and files now resonate with questions of data, privacy, and social conformity. Scholars note how the quiet repetition of documentation, the small acts of monitoring and reporting, can ripple outward, shaping collective perception. Modern institutions, unaware or unintentional, sometimes echo the rhythm of meticulous observation, cataloging behavior, and measuring belief in subtle ways. This resonance invites reflection rather than alarm, a gentle meditation on human tendencies toward organization and control. Observers trace the lineage of methodical attention, noting how detached routines can acquire moral weight over time. The echo of past structures reminds us of the delicate balance between knowledge and conscience, between insight and manipulation. Each reflection carries a soft tension, a quiet awareness of fragility within systems designed to observe, and in that tension, one glimpses both the fascination and the caution embedded in understanding behavior. The mirror remains held delicately across decades, offering insight without accusation, guiding contemplation gently forward. The SD's meticulous recordings, once instruments of control, now illuminate patterns of human thought and habit. Scholars linger over lists, memos, and reports, noticing repetitions that extend across individuals and communities. The rhythm of methodical work becomes a lens for considering the subtleties of influence in the modern world. Observation, analysis, and reporting may appear neutral, yet their cumulative weight shapes perception quietly and persistently. The historian's hand traces these patterns with care, mindful of the distance yet attentive to resonance. Questions arise softly: how do we measure truth, loyalty, or conformity in our own time? How does data accumulate to influence understanding and behavior, sometimes without conscious acknowledgement? These reflections unfold slowly, in a contemplative cadence that mirrors the quiet labor of intelligence officers long past. And in the soft rhythm of study, one senses both admiration for meticulous work and the gentle caution it invites. The mirror of history reflects not only the SD's discipline, but the delicate responsibilities inherent in observation itself. Modern societies, in their complexity, Echo aspects of the SD's silent structures. Networks of information, social monitoring, and digital surveillance carry an undercurrent of the same rhythm. Observe, record, analyze, interpret. The lessons are subtle and introspective, not moralistic, inviting contemplation on the consequences of attention and the quiet shaping of behavior. Scholars trace these parallels carefully, recognizing the human impulse to measure, categorize, and predict. The echoes do not indict, but invite reflection, asking the observer to consider how easily method can become influence. Repetition, routine, and meticulous care, hallmarks of the SD, linger as conceptual guides, soft reminders of the weight carried by structured observation. Each document, each record, is a testament to both capability and caution, a gentle whisper across time. And in the study of these echoes, fascination intertwines with mindfulness, curiosity balanced by awareness. The slow, deliberate rhythm of the past invites introspection, a meditation on vigilance, knowledge, and conscience. And in that meditation, the mirror remains, reflecting quietly, holding attention without pressure, guiding thought toward gentle awareness. The quiet persistence of records offers a soft, hypnotic reflection on the human tendency to systematize. Observations, repeated over time, form patterns that influence understanding beyond intention. Modern scholars consider how even neutral systems, when applied systematically, can shape belief, expectation, and social norms. The SD's archival presence is a meditation on this effect, a reminder of how information, method, and obedience can converge subtly yet profoundly. Pages turn slowly in reading rooms, carrying the rhythm of decades, the weight of countless observations accumulated with meticulous care. Every note, index card, and report speaks to the endurance of order, the persistence of attention, and the fragility of conscience. Researchers move deliberately, absorbing the cadence, reflecting on resonance without urgency or judgment. And in these reflections, the echoes of past structures linger, a soft guide to understanding the interplay between knowledge and ethics. Each step into historical study becomes a meditation on continuity, repetition, and the quiet shaping of human thought. And in that meditation, the SD's legacy is held as both fascination and warning, a mirror to consider carefully and gently. Even as digital systems and modern surveillance evolve, the patterns revealed in SD archives retain their quiet power. The soft resonance of method, repetition, and observation remains instructive, echoing in ways both subtle and pervasive. Scholars trace connections between historical patterns and contemporary structures, noting similarities in rhythm and attention. These contemplations are gentle, reflective, and hypnotic, allowing fascination to coexist with introspection. The past does not speak in accusation, but in measured echo, a persistent rhythm of insight and caution. Observers consider how knowledge, when systematically applied, can shape perception and expectation without overt coercion. Each reflection carries a hypnotic cadence, a rhythm learned from the meticulous work of intelligence officers long vanished. And in that cadence, one senses the delicate interplay of method, morality, and human behavior. The mirror of history invites awareness, gentle and persistent, asking questions without demand, offering insight without judgment. And in that insight, the listener drifts forward, guided softly toward the final chapter of memory and reflection. The SD, long dissolved as an organization, persists as a quiet touchstone in our understanding of observation and control. The meticulous intelligence of a nation, once inwardly focused, echoes softly through time, shaping how we perceive authority, data, and social rhythm. Scholars, observers, and citizens alike reflect on the balance between knowledge and conscience, curiosity and caution. The meticulous records, once instruments of governance, now carry hypnotic resonance, a quiet invitation to meditation and introspection. Observation, repeated and methodical, reveals the human capacity to structure both thought and behavior, while also highlighting the fragility of ethical awareness. The soft lessons of the past unfold slowly, a gentle rhythm that carries reflection without urgency. In these reflections, the SD's methods and consequences exist as a mirror, held softly to the present, illuminating patterns that endure. Fascination blends with quiet caution, curiosity with gentle awareness, as history and contemporary reflection intertwine. And in that intertwining, the past guides the mind without pressure, inviting contemplation across the space between memory and now. The mirror of the SD rests quietly, holding attention softly, preparing the mind for the final chapter of closure and reflection. In the present day, the buildings that once housed the SD stand quietly, their walls absorbing decades of history without uttering a sound. Corridors that once echoed with the rhythm of reports and whispered orders now carry only the soft shuffle of footsteps and the faint rustle of paper. Offices that planned and measured human behavior have been transformed into archives and museums, preserving memory rather than enforcing it. The air carries a faint scent of old books and polished wood, a delicate reminder of both presence and absence. Streets once carefully watched lie empty and calm, sunlight spilling across pavements that once knew tension and observation. The silence is soft but persistent, a witness to both what was and what has passed. Scholars and visitors move gently through these spaces, tracing the quiet footprints of method, order, and reflection. And in their steps, the past lingers without urgency, a slow rhythm of memory and understanding. The presence of meticulous work, once so exacting, is now subdued, folded into the quietude of history. And as the day passes softly, the buildings themselves seem to exhale, releasing the weight of decades. Dust settles on files once handled daily, the edges worn by hands devoted to cataloging life. These documents, now preserved under careful protection, hold stories of order, attention, and quiet obsession. Each report, index card, and memorandum carries a residue of the human effort that created it, a testament to focus and discipline separated from moral reflection. Researchers move slowly among these remnants, their fingers brushing lightly against the edges of paper, absorbing the gentle rhythm of detail. The air is still, punctuated only by whispered discussion and the soft echo of thought. Visitors pause to consider the human dedication and quiet intensity that once filled these rooms, sensing the resonance of order that survived even when its purpose vanished. The documents hold lessons without pressing them, allowing reflection to unfold at its own pace. And in that reflection, the past murmurs softly, not demanding judgment, but inviting awareness. Each file becomes a mirror, reflecting method, consequence, and human diligence. And as the day wanes, the silence deepens, a gentle reminder that memory can endure quietly, without urgency or spectacle. The streets around the former SD headquarters carry a soft peace, the echo of surveillance replaced by the natural rhythm of urban life. Cars move gently along avenues once patrolled with watchful eyes, pedestrians cross at their own pace, and children's laughter drifts faintly in the air. Signs of everyday existence, cafes, shops, bicycles leaning against walls, replace the weight of watchful authority with ordinary motion. The wind carries scents of fresh bread, rain-soaked pavement, and the subtle warmth of sunlit stone, reminders of life continuing in quiet cycles. Shadows shift across facades, once lined with quiet intensity, now calm and unhurried. Even the trees lining the streets sway gently, their branches whispering soft reminders that time moves steadily forward. Observers walking along these streets feel the contrast between past vigilance and present ease, a hypnotic meditation on continuity and change. The quiet rhythm of life unfolds slowly, unhurried by memory, yet subtly informed by it. And in that unfolding, the city itself seems to breathe, soft and contemplative, carrying the traces of history in gentle cadence. Beneath the quiet sky, the world moves softly, the past lingering as a silent companion. Inside the transformed offices, sunlight filters through tall windows, touching dust motes that drift lazily in the air. Shelves lined with books and archival boxes create a calm architecture of memory, each spine and label a faint echo of human effort. Researchers move carefully, reading notes and observing minutiae that once dictated policy, now serving reflection. The rhythm of activity is deliberate and unhurried, allowing history to unfold gently, layer by layer. The air carries a faint warmth from sun and wood, mingling with the subtle scent of aged paper and ink, creating a hypnotic atmosphere of quiet thought. Visitors sense the contrast between past urgency and present calm, the weight of authority replaced by the weight of memory. The meticulous ordering that once controlled lives now supports understanding, a soft architecture of reflection rather than enforcement. And in that shift, the human stories embedded in bureaucracy are neither celebrated nor condemned, but quietly acknowledged. Each movement, each whispered observation, resonates with a gentle, lingering curiosity, and as the hours pass softly, the stillness deepens, carrying the past gently into the present. The archival files, once instruments of surveillance and control, now rest in calm order, their edges neat and surfaces undisturbed. Researchers handle them with careful reverence, reading long-forgotten notes and indexing methods that shaped entire lives. The rhythm of study is slow, hypnotic, almost ceremonial, echoing the order of the past without repeating its intent. Each page turned releases the soft weight of decades, offering insight into the meticulous labor and quiet obsession of officers long gone. The atmosphere is hushed, filled with the soft sounds of thought, the subtle brushing of hands against paper, and the occasional sigh of reflection. Scholars trace the logic of cataloging, the organization of knowledge, and the rhythm of attention that once defined the SD's presence. There is fascination here, but tempered by the awareness of consequence, the soft shadow of history felt in every movement. And in that awareness, curiosity and contemplation entwine, hypnotic in their slow unfolding. The files themselves are witnesses, holding memory without commentary, observation without judgment. And as the light shifts softly through the windows, the silence seems to exhale, carrying the weight of decades with gentle calm. Visitors pause before rooms once filled with quiet intensity, imagining the meticulous routines that once dictated behavior. The offices, now empty of command, retain the soft imprint of labor and method. Echoes in the still air, footsteps on wooden floors carry no urgency. The rhythm of surveillance replaced by the rhythm of reflection. Windows open to streets bathed in sunlight, revealing the ordinary life of a city that has moved forward. Conversations are whispered, reflective, imbued with a sense of calm rather than alarm. The The scent of paper, polished wood, and faint dust mingles, grounding visitors in both the physical space and the continuum of history. Notes, lists, and correspondence are handled slowly, read gently, preserving both the integrity of the document and the rhythm of observation it once carried. Scholars and observers alike sense the quiet power of method, separated from action, a soft echo that lingers without urgency. And in that lingering, the past and present coexist in gentle balance, hypnotic and still. Beneath the quiet sky, memory persists, subtle and unhurried, teaching softly without words. The former intelligence offices open into small exhibition spaces, where the weight of history is transformed into quiet reflection. Artifacts, photographs, and documents stand in calm order, each a testament to meticulous work and measured attention. Visitors walk slowly, observing not spectacle, but subtle echoes of method, the rhythm of an intelligent service that shaped lives through silence. The atmosphere encourages meditation, a soft dialogue with history, rather than immediate understanding or judgment. Light filters across desks, files, and shelves, casting gentle shadows that shift with the day. The air is still, yet vibrant with quiet memory, carrying traces of thought, labor, and attention that transcend decades. Scholars pause reading reports and noting the precision of recording, the quiet care that once defined every movement. And in that pause, the hypnotic cadence of history unfolds gently, rhythmically, like soft breath in a long-forgotten room. Each artifact, each note, carries the subtle power of reflection, a bridge across time from past to present. And as visitors depart slowly, the rooms remain, holding silence that remembers without noise, patience folded into the stillness. In the evening, the city exhales beneath the sky, streets dimming into soft calm, the air carrying the gentle scent of stone and foliage. Buildings once alive with observation and quiet intensity now rest. Archives of memory and reflection. Footsteps on empty streets echo softly, the rhythm of life uninterrupted by authority, yet subtly aware of the traces left behind. The sun falls slowly, casting long shadows over avenues once watched, now peaceful in a still cadence. Trees sway gently, their leaves whispering faint reminders that time moves steadily forward, carrying memory in quiet resonance. Offices, archives, and museums hold their calm vigil, preserving meticulous labor without commanding action. The silence is pervasive, a gentle weight that teaches softly, suggesting the presence of history without demanding engagement. And in that pervasive quiet, one senses the careful balance between memory and oblivion, attention and rest. Beneath the quiet sky, the files are dust, yet the air holds the soft rhythm of lives observed, decisions recorded, and patterns traced. The silence still remembers, carrying the past forward gently, inviting reflection and meditation in its hypnotic calm. The city, the archives, the streets, and the air all hold the SD's story in quiet measure. Memory persists in dust, paper, and wood, a gentle pulse beneath the surface of everyday life. The rhythm of attention, once so precise, now unfolds in reflection, calm and hypnotic, teaching lessons without insistence. Visitors and scholars alike feel the quiet weight of labor, the meticulous care of records, and the subtle echoes of observation. Shadows shift softly across desks, shelves, and streets, the past folded into present rhythm, without urgency or spectacle. Each breath, each step, each glance becomes part of a slow meditation on method, consequence, and memory. And as night settles gently over the city, the presence of history lingers in soft cadence, hypnotic and enduring. Beneath the quiet sky, lives, work, and observation rest together, transformed from control into reflection, from urgency into calm. The files are dust, but the silence remembers. It whispers across rooms, streets, and time. And in that whisper, the story of the SD reaches its conclusion, carried softly into memory, quiet and unhurried, inviting the listener to drift gently into reflection.